Cracks in the pavement, truth leaks through the crevice. Spines made of jellyfish, bending where the bread is. Told them I'd stand firm, they laughed at the notion, but I'm anchored to the truth. An unshaken ocean, no jewels, no chains, just a tarnished ambition. Got scars from decisions, but I live with conviction. The cost of my silence, a debt I won't carry. Rather starve with my soul than eat with it buried. Stand tall, even if I fall. Even with nothing, I still have it all. No compromise, no hypocrite. I'd rather own my wrongs than counterfeit. Spoke my peace, they offer peace, but it's poison. Told them their riches couldn't buy my voice. And mama's tears on the line, a son's last defense. How your budget worth their only moment of rest. They build kingdoms on the bones of the weary, but the truth rings loud. Even when it's eerie, can't trade my spine. Stand tall, even if I fall. Even with nothing, I still have it all. No compromise, no hypocrite. I'd rather own my wrongs than counterfeit. Stand tall, even if I fall. Even with nothing, I still have it all. No compromise, no hypocrite. I'd rather own my wrongs than counterfeit.
Merry Christmas Eve, everybody. Like always, I have to have the TikTok separate and open. So for anybody that comes on Momming It Up, you have to go to the what one? The horizontal one? Yeah, not the vertical, the horizontal. And Shades of Suspicion, I only have the vertical one open. That's the only one I have open right now. That is all I have open. We are wrapping in the house tonight.
Lights are low, but the vibe is high. Mafia's in the room, we're ready to
wine.
True crime chatter, yeah, we're spilling tea. Speculate, rewind, we're the queens of mystery. Trials and transcripts, whispers in the night. We dig deep till the story feels right. Momming it up, yeah, join the crew. Pour the coffee, we got work to do. Reactions, reviews, we're breaking it down. Mafia's the party, come gather around.
Hope everybody's having a great Christmas.
From interviews to courtroom seats, we're chasing clues while
I know I'm not the only one that loves the AI
variety
music.
spice with a touch of suspense.
It's only Christmas once in a while,
where the fun's
right?
intense.
We have to enjoy it.
Speculation station where we play our game. Every case a puzzle calling out its name. Loving it up, yeah, join the crew. Pour the coffee,
Where's your wrapping paper? Mom, bring your wrapping paper over. You get it.
Deck the halls with true crime podcasts. Karen's out here talking fast. Wrapped in drama like a gift of life. Selling tears for views. Oh, what a prize. Every post is a viral scheme.
Not gonna come
Twisted stories.
I'm just kidding.
Broken
You gotta laugh because we have like 2 hours with wrapping, or you're gonna do most of the wrapping.
Momming it up, spilling the tea. Karen's grifting kids for the Christmas tree. Fake concern wrapped in glitter and bows. But the truth, oh, the truth always shows. Santa's sleigh ain't carrying clout. Missing kids should never be a shout out. Hashtag pain, the likes roll in, but karma's list is wearing thin. Every share's a hollow cheer, empty hearts, but the cash is clear. Mom it up, spilling the tea. Karen's grifting kids for the Christmas tree.
I know, I love that Karen. It's sad that her day is so good.
Wrapped in glitter and gold. But the truth, oh, the truth always shows.
Yeah, I gotta have it running on all three. The PC, the laptop, and then you can. Yeah, because one of them I run off the hotspot. Oh shoot! Okay, the music's over. All right, Mom.
Cracks in the pavement.
Let's see.
Truth leaks through the crevice. Spines made of jellyfish, bending where the bread is. Told them I'd stand firm. They laughed at the notion, but I'm anchored to the truth. An unshaken ocean, no jewels, no chains, just a tarnished ambition. Got scars from decisions, but I live with conviction. The cost of my silence, a debt I won't
Hey,
carry.
Rachel, how are you?
Then eat with it buried.
Happy Christmas
Stand
Eve.
tall, even if I fall. Even with nothing, I still have it all. No compromise, no hypocrite. I'd rather own my wrongs than counterfeit. Spoke my peace, they offer peace, but it's poison. Told them their riches couldn't buy my voice. And mama's tears on the line, a son's last defense. How your budget worth their only moment of rest. They build kingdoms on the bones of the weary, but the truth rings loud. Even when it's eerie, can't trade my spine for a backdoor deal. Integrity's the currency, that's all I feel. Call me broke, call me stubborn, call me lost. But I'm free from the chains of the highest cost. No applause for the path where the soul. Call me broke, call me stubborn, call me lost. But I'm free from the chains of the highest. Stand tall, even if I fall. Even with nothing, I still have it all. No compromise, no hypocrite. I'd rather own my wrongs than counterfeit. Stand tall, even if I fall. Even with nothing, I still have it all. No compromise, no hypocrite. I'd rather own my wrongs than counterfeit.
What? Oh no, I'm just going back to all the content I used to do. Yeah. Been 2 years.
I'm free from the chains of the highest cost. No applause for the path where the soul erodes. I walk alone down this righteous road.
Just open discourse and discussions, just having a little bit of morals and ethics, and that's it. And people don't. They just get blocked and hidden, and you don't address them on live. That's it. Just the way we used to always do it. Yeah. Nothing's really changed, Rachel. Nothing's really changed. I'm still the same old mommin'.
Halls echo sharp, a dagger through the chatter. Mocking a kid, a soul you'd rather shatter. Eyes cast low, shadows on the floor. They laugh loud, but the joke's a war. Voice cracking out for comedy's sake. A fragile heart breaks like
yeah, and then when the live ends, you just go in and edit the beginning out.
A crowd full of stares, but no one cares. When did
yeah. You just go in and edit the beginning out.
When did hate crown the fool? A laugh at pain, a twisted tool.
Yeah.
Who made the heartless the rule? Hands point sharp, jagged like shards. Words cut deep, leaving permanent scars. Needing help's no shame, yet it's weaponized. Tears fall like rain, but they're televised. Claps for the cruel, cheers for the cold. What kind of world celebrates a soul sold? Kindness on mute, empathy erased. It's a game of disgrace. Where's the embrace? Defeated, I'm sad, chest feels tight. Where's the love in the world tonight? When did cool become cool? When did hate crown the fool?
I know you don't have any more littles, right? So it must be really different on Christmas Eve and Christmas now, huh? Yeah.
It's the ones who care. The brave ain't the bullies, it's the ones who dare to stand for the silent, to shield the weak, to lift the broken when the world looks bleak.
Yeah, I'm a really silly person. I try to have a lot of fun with the kids. You have to, we sing and dance all the time. Just a lot of the topics we discuss, they're not comical, right? So you have to have a balance because it's not something that I can turn into comedy. It's horrible. Some of these topics are absolutely heartbreaking.
Stand for the silent, to shield the weak, to lift the broken when the world looks bleak.
Yeah, Rachel, that's why I'm not doing like a true crime channel. It's still just the way I've always been, just kind of open discussions on different topics, primarily true crime cases, because that's what the Mommin channel is. But well, I thank you guys for all hanging out with us tonight. I'm sorry that it took so long to start for anybody that was here from the beginning. But there's a lot of stuff going on, and it's not always easy to get everything up and going. So tonight, while we're all hanging out at Mommin's kind of like Santa's workshop over here, I'm going to be discussing all kinds of things and talking about a lot of stuff. And I just wanted to say that whatever is discussed tonight is really based only on personal opinions, public information, and reports from a variety of various sources. It is not intended as legal advice, factual evidence, or any accusations against anyone or any person or persons specifically. Always, always, always verify info from official channels like the FBI, or in the case of Sebastian Rogers, Sumner County Sheriff's Office, or the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. Viewer discretion is not something that you need to say when we're doing these disclaimers, but I do want to put in my own kind of viewer discretion because These are very unsettling conversations for some people. And it's kind of odd in a sense, because if you're talking about true crime and you know the cases that you're talking about, you would think that it's already self-explanatory, but I'm going to add that in. And I'm going to also ask that we have a, comments in chat. I want to hear everybody's opinions on things, but let's be a little considerate. No foul language, no, what would be like bullying, I guess. Just try to be respectful. I mean, we're all adults. I don't know why I have to say that, but I want to say welcome on in. If this is your first time here, I'm streaming on all the different platforms that I use. So I want to thank you all for coming in. Everybody on Momin, I can see you guys in the chat. Shades, I can see that chat, and the TikTok and the X, I cannot. So I don't know. I'm getting used to all of this stuff. I am a one lady show here and we're just hanging out, and I do appreciate each and every one of you for being here. I really want to try to continue to work on the Momming It Up channel, since Momming It Up really did kind of come into fruition about the young man that so many of you have been discussing and looking for information on. And, it's a really sad situation. And I know there's a lot of people that have no idea about anything really, that have followed me in the past, because I never specifically discussed like missing person cases or anything of that nature. So while I kind of just give you my perspective on things before I start playing some things that you guys have asked me to play and stuff like that, I'm going to leave the Santa tracker on while I do that. So I think that, oh wow, the hat is like covering my eyes. I don't know if you can see me. I guess you really don't need to, but it's a little easier. It has been nearly 22 months since the 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers has vanished from his home in Hendersonville, Tennessee. And on February 25th of 2024 was the last known verified sighting, supposed to be from the Texas Roadhouse, where he was actually on camera. It does say that his last sighting, right, was from Hendersonville on the 25th on the FBI website. So I can give you that link if you would like that link, where you can see the updated information and the new flyers. What started as a heartbreaking missing persons case, as all of you know that are joining on the Momming It Up channel, it spiraled into a tangled web of online drama, content creators, and family accusations. But in my opinion, and many of your opinions, if you peel back the layers and really listen into what the parents have said to us on these various live panels, especially the mother, Katie Proudfoot, you'll see this isn't just chaos. It really seems like a calculated maneuver of sorts. Is it a cover-up? Is it turning something that the public doesn't know into a media-making circus? Is it a defense strategy? Is it a hoax? Turning a real tragedy into scripted content for clicks and views and financial gain. Let's break this all down step by step based on what all of us have seen out there in these YouTube streets. We're coming up on 2 years, everybody. It all began back with the stepdad, Chris Proudfoot. He, right after Sebastian went missing, he didn't just sit back and actively, look for Sebastian, and they weren't locally running around their area. No, actually, we listened, and many of you have brought to my attention that he was seeking out content creators to shape narratives. That's how it appeared. There were so many various statements that were said on Duchess for the Missing. Smiley Story World. Multiple discussions and recorded conversations at the same time with people like Heather Cohen, a private investigator. So many different things were going on. And Sebastian was missing 8 days when they went onto a YouTube channel. There was a statement issued by law enforcement that actually said that the parents didn't want to be bothered by media at this time and they had nothing to really say. So there were so many rumors that were happening from very early on in the case. So he didn't just sit back. He actively sought out these content creators, right? And that's what shapes narratives. First, there was Cluminati's channel. You started to see things happening over there. True crime channel, call-ins, discussions. Months later, court appearances, dinners, friendships, dress-ups as the biological dad for live streaming content. See, in the sit-downs, the stepdad referred to Sebastian as his son. Kept speaking about the night he disappeared as if he was there. Saying things like we would have heard him if he went out the window or fell out the window. But we've been told that he wasn't home that night and that he was at work. He claimed that Sebastian just walked off the front porch into thin air, which raised eyebrows for many, many people. But that wasn't just random. It felt like it was a defense strategy, protecting something, protecting his wife or something. Painting the family like they're heartbroken victims. But you're steering a story. How would you ever expect the public to not speculate when the news interviews are not matching up with the kitchen table coffee talk, YouTube hangout talking panels? You would think that this is like a rage content. It was something that you would do to try to gain momentum. This was what you would do to have people talk about the case, to have your child's disappearance go viral so that you'd be able to find the child. All different things were going through people's heads, and it takes a long time to understand any of it, right? It takes a very long time because you don't know anything. You don't know. All you can do is speculate. All you can do is try to refrain from discussing things publicly because you do not want to hurt a victim's family and you don't want to put accusations out there. But see, it's been very different with Sebastian, unfortunately, because of the stepdad and all that he was saying already put this stuff out there. When you're picking channels that go out and do the rage content, they're driving around the neighborhood right away. They're saying they're, very, very, very viral, shocking statements to get attention, right? Like Cluminati was a very shocking. She knew how to get people's attention. And then get upset when you have the attention. And then you watch the stepdad kind of go over to this other channel, Queen Bee, and all this other stuff in the true crime space. And as you're listening and people, go back and they listen again and again, because it's almost 2 years, there's all of these questions about all of this that keep happening, right? It seemed like there was always these sharing selective bits of information. At first, Sebastian, they had left a blanket outside for him. They had done these things that just didn't make sense. They had, played music and said that he was a lot more dependent on others and not as dependent on himself, that he wouldn't know how to use Google Maps and things, that he didn't really have access to devices. But then as time went on, you found out that that was not actually what was happening. He was high functioning, even though people don't like that term, autistic individual, but it didn't go with the beginning. See, in the beginning of the search for Sebastian, and we can listen to these interviews that were given, these pressers almost, these updates from law enforcement, they were so focused on him as an autistic child, like children that have level 3 and severe autism, where they elope, they run to bodies of water. So often they will drown, they will wander, they will, there's all of these cases where autistic people sometimes will just keep walking until their body gives out. They can get miles away. And that is what you do. All hands on deck when you find out. But to find out that, well, Sebastian wasn't that level of need. He didn't have these attributes to his diagnosis, right? They were not discussed though in the beginning, and that was the thing. When you look back and reflect, and people keep doing that because you're 2 years in, and the parents are coming on YouTube. They just had a birthday YouTube thing on the Duchess channel again, and the mom was on there. So everybody keeps looking and talking. You just know it. So the speculation just keeps growing and growing and growing because he's not home yet. There's no justice for him. There's no answers, and children just don't just disappear. There's so much animosity. There's so many arguments. And if you notice these patterns, it seems pretty obvious to so many that the platforms that are being chosen are where you can control the message. You don't have to answer questions you don't want to answer. You don't have to discuss things you don't want to discuss. Remember when the mom, Katie, had said she made him a special breakfast that morning? You don't have to ask more questions about that. You don't have to keep saying, why aren't you out searching relentlessly? Because the biological father, if you go back, he was out in front of the public. He was literally out searching when the news was talking to him, asking him what he was doing. And he said he could be anywhere. He figured he might be over here. But then you hear 3 months in that the stepdad and the mom were on this other panel, Queen Bee, and they were saying all this stuff about not searching, pretty much, like that these areas had already been searched, and that United Cajun Navy had, when they went on Nancy Grace, and so did United Cajun Navy. And when they were on that, and then there was follow-ups on this panel, there was a search that transpired with the biological dad, different searchers, volunteers, and the United Cajun Navy that went on a federal park that had been shut down after a tornado went through there. And they had a dog hit next to a homeless encampment. And then it was said later on that the dog had only hit because a homeless person had perished. But they had to immediately leave because it was a federal property. And you would think that you would want a lot more searching, because why would somebody call that tip in? But that's not what you heard. You didn't hear the questions by the mom and the stepdad of why, keep searching. How do you know for a fact that's what it is? Did you test DNA? Did you take soil samples? All the things. Instead, you heard, don't you go back there. You're not allowed to do that. It's against the law. People said, I want to put flyers on cars, and they're met with, don't do that. It's against the law. But it's actually not. It's a gray area if you really look into it. And that's what people do on the internet. They look into everything when there's a missing child, especially when you have family out there crying like a biological father, begging and pleading for help. That's what you do. They dig, they dig, they dig. So it's very odd that you have parents that are intelligent. They serve the country. They're veterans now. Both of them were in the Navy. And it doesn't make sense to go out, to go around channels that you know are very extra with their conversations. They have a lot of adult conversations. There's going to be a lot of discussions about that. And then you do all of these opposite things and get mad at people. It's been really interesting to watch. And in the same time, creators started to come together and pick sides. It's shaped up so much like a defense strategy where you have all of this stuff happening and they stopped talking to the biological dad on the third day of the investigation. They refused to talk to him anymore after sitting there talking about what an amazing dad he was. There were some things that were said that just didn't make sense. The same conversation about the flyers and stuff, there was also what sounds like a fraudulent slip where Chris, the stepdad, said he wouldn't recommend this to anyone, and then he changed it to he wouldn't wish it on anyone. And then the mom said, not even Seth. So all of these things that have been going on are why people keep talking. And the fact that the creators seem to be pushing all of this content that we don't know if it's even accurate content. We don't know if certain footage that was presented to the news is accurate because law enforcement has told us it didn't have any significance. And then a lot of this law enforcement hasn't even addressed. These big players came into this also that many people have heard. At Night Media, Tony Mathis. At Night allegedly was just this put together production outfit. Jumps right on in there. This spokesperson comes right on in. That allegedly works and sells cranes. The stepdad sells cranes, which is why everybody thinks that they already knew each other and maybe they came up with this whole production thing together and then went out and propositioned other YouTubers and they started making content. I don't know how people would sign contracts or copyright anything when it's an active case and the only way to keep it going is while the child is still missing. It's been very weird. So I can understand all the speculation. In the early part of 2025, Tony was doing these podcasts, like Clearing the Air with the dad, Seth Rogers. Was trying, it seemed, to unify the family front. And that's when it seemed like the things got really scripted. I mean, remember the stepdad, he said in these earlier interviews, like the one on Smiley's Story World, that Seth went off and did his own thing. Like they were all united. And then all of a sudden, Seth went off and did his own thing. And that's when everything went sideways. The FBI issued a $50,000 reward on the 6-month anniversary of Sebastian's disappearance. I don't like saying anniversary, the 6-month mark of his disappearance, because now we're almost to 24 months. And then when you saw this thing about, the alignment was just wild. It turned into full-blown theater with everyone being involved, the creators, the spokespeople, different people sent CPS reports. NDAs, non-disclosures. You had Body Moving. I think that's her like online name, but she's a lady that was involved in, like, she does a lot of like the web sleuthing, and then she did Don't F with Cats on that, went on to Netflix. She was on these panels and she was in the chat rooms as well. So there was just a lot of production, a lot of interesting things from all different angles that so many people started to see. I mean, when you're listening to fake scripted content, and these people all came together primarily over Sebastian Rogers, there's something really off with that. And it's all online, right? Everybody says online's forever. Well, it is. Because you can see when these creators started fighting with each other and how there was these alliances that were immediately made. And it's only the same people. You go from talking about the disappearance of a missing child to fighting with one another. The stepdad wishing somebody chokes on a chicken bone. Making intros for true crime channels, dressing up as the bio dad. There's no overlooking that stuff. It doesn't make sense. Now, there's been a lot of things that people have discussed that the dad did behind the scenes that are, not helpful for drama and all of this different stuff. But at the end of the day, if he has no idea where his child is, he's not going to have any idea. He didn't live in Tennessee. He wasn't from Tennessee. He didn't know anybody in Tennessee. Apparently, he only lived here for a few years, where the stepdad, this is where he was born and raised. So, I mean, the dad could have been completely taken for a ride, trusting all these people, when in reality, those people are only going to do what makes them money, and they're only going to be doing what they're told. And if they're being told the wrong thing, they're not going to know either if they're misleading. Kind of like some of the neighbors. Some of the neighbors allegedly are saying that they have all these things for a fact, and then you come to find out that a lot of what they might be given isn't even from the night Sebastian disappeared. It could be from a completely different night. But there's someone to blame for giving people all of these different things. If a child's missing, no parents are going to want to ever have misinformation out there. That's a defense. And the worst part, like people keep bringing to everybody's attention, is that you have defense attorneys involved in the discussion, in the case, because you have At Night Media, Dog the Bounty Hunter, and Lesniak, who's a defense attorney in cyber crimes and all of this stuff. There's been all these lawsuits thrown around, all these restraining orders like confetti. But for all the sleuths, and there's so many now 2 years in that have dug deeper, they believe it's all phony. They believe that most of this is actually because it's making content. Because in reality, it's not going anywhere. It's not helping find Sebastian in any way, shape, or form to go after other people because you're saying you don't like what they're saying about you. And if everybody's got these NDAs and this, that, and the third, how do you sue people that don't even have a paycheck to garnish? They didn't even have a channel that brought in money, most of them, until the fighting back and forth over the court cases. So you're going to sue somebody for what? You can't get any money out of it. There's no lawsuits for Nancy Grace or Vinnie Politan or Jennifer Coffindaffer or any of these bigger people or Nick Barris or anybody. So those people have a much wider audience by 100,000%. and they actually have assets, salaries to garnish. But instead, you see these lawsuits for people that have nothing monetary to even take. And their audience is nilch. So what's the point other than you're making content using the judicial system? These are all the questions. These are all the things that everybody speculates and thinks and wonders, right? That's what happens in the cases. The longer they go on, the more people look, the more people think. Because everybody wants justice for victims, especially missing children and our most vulnerable populations. So many people are invested in Sebastian's disappearance more so than a lot of other missing persons because they learned about him with the autism, and everybody knows somebody in their family or a close friend or a colleague that has a child with autism that has the ability to elope, wander, goes to water, all the things that so many believed were happening with Sebastian in the beginning. So many people were under the impression, and the photos that were given of him, he looked so young. On Fox and Friends, some of the photos, he looked literally, it's before he went through the hormonal phase, and you can tell in later photos and in the Texas Roadhouse footage that he went through the hormones as a teenager already. He had an Adam's apple. His jaw and his shoulders were wider. So he looked nothing like the little child that everybody had said. But that's why a lot more people from the autism communities all came in, and so many people are paying attention and trying to understand, wanting to know, where is this young man? What is true? So that they can help find him. But if it is a defense attorney kind of strategy, and somebody already knows what happened to him, that's not what they're going to want. I mean, you can't deny that it doesn't seem like these are legit legal battles. There's always been this pay for play type of thing when it comes to content, right? We have the rage content and all kinds of things that you do online now for the shock value. Drama sells. Right? It's just awful, Rachel. Awful. It really seems like all these legal battles were props to silence critics, and it does seem like the stepdad is the producer to this. He is the puppeteer, the puppet master that is maybe represented by people like Lesniak or At Night, or who's the one behind all of it? There's got to be someone. That's exactly what Rachel just said, and that's what so many people say for so long. People thought in the beginning it's the dad, and the dad, he must have taken his son and hit him, or just like the Nancy Grace that we're going to watch. You remember this Nancy Grace episode? Wait till you see this Nancy Grace episode. One moment. I want to show this to you, Lisa. I don't know if you ever saw this. This is what people were sending me in the beginning. And before you knew that a lot of this stuff was made up and it was manufactured, right? It was enhanced videos and not sincere. Like the dad hadn't left work. He was in the parking garage for a few hours, but he was on camera, so he never left his job, right? In my opinion, if he never left his job, but people thought that he had left his job for a few hours. So he probably took his son and hid him somewhere because of a custody dispute. But in reality, it was the opposite situation going on. It's the stepdad we have never been told was confirmed at work. Law enforcement never said the stepdad wasn't there that day or in the area that day. Law enforcement hasn't said that. Law enforcement hasn't said that the stepdad passed a lie detector test, right? And law enforcement hasn't given us confirmation on any of that. So a lot of things were leading back where it looked like this might be it, and people were sharing this in the beginning. Do you remember this?
The son has been found in your basement. Sir? Mr. Bothell, are you?
What?
Yeah, we are getting reports that your son has been found alive in your basement.
What?
Yes, that's what, if you could hand me that wire very quickly. Yeah, we're getting that right now from how could your son be alive in your basement?
Oh shit. I have no idea.
Now, this is just a report that we are
So do you remember this happened live on Nancy Grace? Live.
hearing out of Detroit that we're trying to confirm. Everybody in New York, please get on it. Let me know when we get Charlie Langton from WWJ. Sir, did you check your basement?
I checked my basement. The FBI checked my basement. The Detroit police checked my basement. My wife checked my basement. I've been down there several times. We've all been checking. How?
Okay, this is what we are hearing, that the missing 12-year-old boy has been found alive and well in his father's basement. Now, this is what I don't understand why you guys would have reported he's missing.
So that's like in the beginning, people were sending this to me, and it did seem, oh my gosh, what if the dad did it? But then it was like, no, actually, really, it was the court case that was coming up a week after the disappearance was for the stepfather trying to get custody of a child that he had with an ex-wife, right? He has 5 wives, or had 5. He's on his 5th wife. And that was going on. And so, yeah, it was actually, that was happening. Not the dad. Right? So what is normally going on in missing children's cases is a mom, dad, step-parent, or immediate family. That's statistics. And yeah. That's statistics. Right? So it really seemed more like the bio dad was just surrounded by greedy vultures that hop on to high profile things to get the money, to get the recognition, to get attention. People that are just, some of them that are just mentally not okay, or handlers to handle the person, right? To handle them, because if they're not involved in the disappearance, they're going to get to the bottom of it. They're going to find answers. They're going to want justice for their child. They're going to want their child home, or they're going to want their child laid to rest properly, and they're going to want justice. So they would send all kinds of distractions to that person. And that's where all the speculating of what is this? I mean, the restraining orders, it's just absurd because it doesn't make sense. Nobody makes any damn sense. It's been 2 years and none of the creators make sense. None of the main creators make sense. The Krama people, the people the Brittany J channels, the Granny's Watching, the J is for Injustice, the J is for Justice channel, Every Day with J. They made drama channels, right? Everybody made these second channels. The only actual person that hasn't been in these lawsuits, you have the TikTokers, this barbecue lady, and all these people, Bullhorn Betty, Andra Griffin. The only people that haven't sued anybody and don't talk about suing people is like JRL investigates. This guy named CJ was around in the beginning, I believe. I'm reading the notes that you were sending me, Rachel. And Cluminati and Cletus. I haven't watched their content and stuff. I don't go watching the content that I don't want. Like, I have no interest in, and I'm not interested in, the dark comedy and the adult talks and things like that. I don't know any of these people in their real lives. I'm not affiliated with any of these channels. I'm not in contracts with any of these channels or have any NDAs or anything of the sort. So I have no reason to put myself into any of the content and listening to what I don't want to hear. I do listen to anything that the parents have discussed. Like if they're on a panel or they go on a live, then I'll go and listen. But who watches movies they don't want to watch by choice? It's no different. I never liked soap operas. They're fake. I never enjoyed reality TV anymore once I knew it was scripted, right? Like that's just me as a consumer. But as like an independent investigative journalist, as a sleuther, things like that, of course, I'll look into what it is, what's going on, but I'm not going to, we watch what we want to watch, right? It's entertainment. And that's the sad part. The case of a missing child shouldn't be made into entertainment with the family, especially being part of it. And you can't say they're not part of it because the mom just went on Duchess for the Missing. When the whole restraining order came, it was like a bad production with Andra Griffin because what happened? She ended up getting arrested at a vigil for Sebastian while another bunch of YouTubers recorded it. And then they got the body cam footage and they had all of it was content. Just like now, you have this barbecue lady. She's on there asking for $10,000. You have this at night people suing and, and they're doing all this stuff. Oh, anti-slap and this and that. And it's ridiculous. You've lost no money. You know what's lost? Sebastian, Wayne, Drake, Rogers. There's a child that's lost and missing. That is the victim, not any of us. We don't need to be on YouTube. We don't need to be here. What needs to be done is accountability across the board of people actively have obstructed justice when there is a child missing. And the real life encounters that so many people have faced, I am one of those people. Whoever is behind it, or whoever's, because it could be multiple, who knows? Things like that should never be done to anyone. There's a child that's missing. It shouldn't be content if it's not helping to find the child, if it's not helping to bring justice to the child. And my give a damn broke because of the fact that I don't believe that these people are working in tangent with the FBI. I don't think NDAs are so they can work with law enforcement anymore, in my opinion. I just don't. Because where's Sebastian? Why aren't we talking about any reality? You don't hear people talking about anything or saying anything or asking any questions. Why doesn't anybody want to know how come he's still 14 years old on the tweet that was given out by the FBI? How come nobody wants answers about, Stephanie, who is on Sebastian's page? All the normal sleuthing stuff doesn't exist when it comes to the case of Sebastian Rogers. It doesn't exist. what exists is you see all these channels that have the same subscriber counts. You can go and see when the subscribers, they get 500, 1,000, 500, 1,000. You see this production-like thing, right? It's weird because there's a child missing. So these people shouldn't be making money and having these fake lawsuits, in our opinions, right? These frivolous lawsuits are across the board, and nobody says anything about it. Nobody calls it all out. It's all bullshit. Some of these creators go back a couple of years. They all came and they all started together, and they probably all had a production friend or whatever, and then COVID amplified it. And I'm not saying people have bad intentions. Everybody needs to earn a paycheck. Many people were probably told many different things, but at the end of the day, if you have a moral compass and ethics, aren't you to turn that ship around? I just think it's awful because there's a child missing. I don't know how people can go this far off the deep end. And no, I don't like any of it. I mean, the whole thing with That Night Media suing the multiple YouTubers for for allegedly spreading misinformation. But are these legit legal battles or just props to silence all the critics? Because that's what it seemed like. So many of these defendants have these online anonymous personas hiding behind their handles, right? Which makes the whole thing smell like a setup to scare off real scrutiny. And get this, some YouTubers have won legal rounds, like anti-slap motions in Pennsylvania. I mean, does that not prove a little something that these suits might be baseless harassment themselves on all ends? Like everybody's in it for themselves. Everybody knows. None of them are making moolah before, but they're suing. I mean, everything's ignored that doesn't fit the damn production. The at night thing, I can't even imagine how this is okay where they're taking tips. You have people out there searching without gloves on their hands, picking things up without gloves on their hands. And it's almost 2 freaking years. It's outrageous. This is not a tabloid. This is an active Amber Alert for a missing teen. And his father is crumbling. Just look. Just look at this, Rachel. Look at the beginning of this for a second. And tell me that this isn't heartbreaking. I just want you guys to see. Just watch this. This is all credit to the mob crew, and I'm not endorsing anything right now.
Momentum.
For commentary, but I want you to watch. He has an amazing intro. Just watch this intro and tell me that this is okay when this boy is missing. And there's $50,000 reward for the FBI, up to $50,000 if you know his whereabouts. And tell me this doesn't make you want to cry and want to help.
It has been 453 days since now 16-year-old Sebastian Rogers vanished from his home in Hendersonville. His disappearance sparked national headlines, but now his father says the case is losing momentum. With National Missing Children's Day coming up on Sunday, he is raising his voice and demanding urgency. News 2's Caitlin.
I went and talked to neighbors, and every single one of them, every single one welcomed me. And if they had video surveillance, they gave it to me. The only person that would not talk to me as the only person that had something to hide and wouldn't talk to me. You know, she has a son that's hiding and waiting for somebody in the dark, late night on the 25th. And there needs to be some explaining for that. I'll just leave it at that.
Forever trusting who we are. That we are going to keep searching. We are going to keep looking. We are going to find him, and we are going to bring him home.
Since we first aired the video last month, authorities have said
no evidentiary value.
It is of no evidentiary value. It is of no evidentiary value.
Can you tell me what those lights are?
No,
Why?
because the investigation remains ongoing.
I'm working on behalf of Sebastian. I am not. My client is Sebastian, and they're the guardians that have the ability to sign.
It just started. Hi, Dad. I know this is in the family, but tomorrow's picture day. So could you send some decent clothes over to me so that I can rent the decent clothes and be handsome for my decent clothes? Mom.
Because our heart is missing. He is my world. I need him. I need him back with me.
Now, if that doesn't make you want to cry, I don't know what will, because this young man is not a spectacle. He shouldn't be used for content. He shouldn't be used for anything other than he should be brought home and justice should be served. I want to show you another thing that I don't know if a lot of people have seen, right? When you're separating the online semantics from what has actually happened and how everybody's so divisive. There was somebody that was out in the area, right? There was footage that was released. This has not been addressed by law enforcement. We have not had any clarification other than Sebastian has not been seen on video, right? If you read the updates, if you pay attention, it is really interesting that only certain neighbors get very upset and very mad and chase off anybody that comes around the area. But the one investigator says that he's talked to a lot of them. A lot of the other people have talked to a lot of them regularly. But the one person that was right out there in the beginning, she went on JRL Investigates. Everybody had called her Bobby Binoculars. Her older son, right, Dog the Bounty Hunter, I think kept saying Sean, and people were saying that was about the older son. He's in his 20s, and there was an altercation when he was driving down in front of the house with Chris, and Chris was the stepdad, and Bobby and her and Sean, and then Dog the Bounty Hunter was saying Sean, and people thought that it was meant towards that Sean, but then they said it was meant towards because he didn't know the dad's actual first name. And there's all this hoopla that's always surrounding this case. But this is something that was actually happening that night. And I want us to watch it without any bias, because if you're going to speculate on everything, at least take in all of the information. I don't think there's any such thing as flashlight tag. I think that's nonsensical. But there is somebody that's out there, right? And if you watch, it's weird. There was a search at the cemetery right behind the high school. I have a hard time believing the footage that we've all seen is legit, because I don't know any high school that has any games on Sunday nights. That's why I think it's of another night or it's enhanced. That confuses me. So we'll find out one day, right? Law enforcement, if there's going to be some sort of a case at some point. I don't see how there wouldn't be something in some aspect. Eventually answers come, right? In some way, shape, or form. But if you watch this, you'll notice it's odd. And there's never any real discussion on it that many have found, because so many people don't even watch any of it because they think it's all baloney. So this would be at 10:18 p.m., right? It says 2,200 hours, 18 minutes. Katie added the whole thud thing around that time, right? Well, that's where some people are speculating that the stepdad had help from the local kids to get Sebastian out of the house. That's where a lot of that speculating came from, I believe, is this video, because it doesn't make sense, really. The video's odd. Some of this video is very weird, but it could be completely explainable. It's all perception and perspective, right? That's why it's so important to remember why in the United States you're innocent until proven guilty, right? Because he could be looking for a cat. I don't know. I mean, it seems weird, bending over and stuff. I don't know. I don't know. Sure not flashlight tag, in my opinion, on a Sunday night. That late. But law enforcement, we've been told by all the parents several times, there's certain things that they don't want the public to know about. So that's why I know where everybody speculates that what if the parents knew something and then they just decided to keep it behind the scenes to get other people on board. And to me, that's just as bad. That wouldn't make any sense, because if you knew something, if you knew your child could have, been with another person in the neighborhood or whatever, they're all adults. I mean, all of these are not kids anymore. We're talking, at the time, I think the youngest was like 17 allegedly, but now, they're 19, 20, 22. So it doesn't make any sense, because there's no Sebastian. He's not back, and there's no arrests, right? So it's just the conversations and the things online, none of it makes sense. So when there's nothing that makes sense, people just constantly speculate. That's just what the public does. And if you don't want the speculating, you don't go on these types of channels, and you don't talk the way that you're talking. But if you think that one day you're going to be able to sue because you already knew what happened, and you knew for a fact that he went with somebody else, like an online predator or something, maybe you'd feel more comfortable. But to think that would happen, that there could ever be a case of that situation, it would be strange, because not holding it back wouldn't make sense. Because in the beginning, everybody was saying that he didn't use the internet, he didn't use a cell phone, and then out of nowhere, it comes out it's the opposite. If he did have a cell phone, we knew about the cell phone. Supposedly it was left at the table. But in terms of like, he didn't have access to Snapchats or those types of things, right? That's what everybody was saying. But then later on, you find out that actually he had gotten in trouble several times for doing things he shouldn't have been doing. And he was losing his privileges. So two things can't be true at the same time. In those ways, right? Like you can't know for a fact that no way, nobody, he couldn't have met anybody or left with anybody. But then say months later, yeah, I know, it's wild. It is. There is another interview that was done that I don't know if you've seen. You probably haven't seen it because I don't think you watch much either. And that's this one. This was done on Court TV. Thanks, Ma. Links for all of this is in the description, like I said. And if you go to the description, you'll get the links. And this is from not long ago at all. Hang on one moment. This was from 3 weeks ago, November 27th. And there's just a little tiny part of this that discusses Sebastian.
You were guilty. Interview with a Killer. Marathon starting Friday, 5/4 Central. Only on Court TV.
I'm not part of the investigation, and they don't have to let me know anything, which they don't let me know anything. I'm in law enforcement myself, so I've got to trust the procedure.
That's Seth Rogers, Sebastian Rogers' father, who appeared here on Court TV with me, talking about his missing son and working with law enforcement in that case. Let's bring back in Court TV field reporter Cody Thomas. Cody, let's talk about Sebastian Rogers. What do we know about Sebastian?
Well, Vinny, he's a teen with autism who went missing from his mother's home in February of 2024. Now, his mother said they went to bed normally that night. Everything was simple. Everything was normal. They went to bed. She woke up to wake him up to go to school the next morning around 6 a.m. There was no sign of Sebastian. Now, of course, like we just watched, his father joined us here on the network saying that he doesn't believe his son would just up and leave. Take a listen.
It doesn't seem like my son at all. He would never leave my house in the middle of the night barefoot. And if he did, he wouldn't. He wouldn't. We've left in the middle of the night. There's been times that we've gone fishing in the middle of the night. We plan that sort of stuff. But him walking out the door in the middle of the night, no. It's not something he would do. It's something he's never done on me.
Now, Vinny, Sebastian's mother also spoke about this situation on the Chronicles of Olivia YouTube channel. Take a listen to what she had to say.
He said, all right, good night, Mama. Good night, puppies. Love you. He went to bed. He was doing something in his room because about an hour later I heard some noise and I was like, I don't care what you're doing in there, but go to sleep. And about midnight, I got up and I went to bed.
And that's what people were saying, right? Is that if you heard noise and you didn't go check, and then you find out that there's this odd behavior with some child in the neighborhood, wouldn't that make you concerned? I don't know, right? So that's just one of the things that, yeah.
And 6 o'clock, I went to wake him up for school Monday morning. And that's when he went in here.
And she's like, he what?
Vinny, just a sad, tragic situation overall, just because it's so unclear. You go to bed one night and then a couple hours later you wake up and your son's not there. You can only imagine how that must feel.
Okay, so when was the last time that Sebastian Rogers was seen?
Well, he was last seen February 26th of 2024 on Stafford Court in Hendersonville, Tennessee. And Vinny, we have video of him and his mother at a restaurant on February 25th, the evening of the 25th. So this would be really just a few hours before she went to wake him up to go to school, and that she noticed that he was missing. So it's been, quite some time. There's still, developments coming out in this story. He has not been found, but we're looking right here, just a few hours before he was reported missing by his mother.
And what is the current status of the investigation? Because this goes all the way back, as you said, back to 2024.
Yeah, Vinny, that Amber Alert is still very active. Police stress that this investigation is still very much so active. Even the FBI is offering $50,000 for any information regarding his whereabouts, Vinny. And his mother also has gone on record advising that if he is seen, if he is alive somewhere and someone sees him, to not approach him because his responses are a little bit different than other children. She says to just monitor him and simply call the police.
All right, Cody.
Well, that is it, right? That's what people are saying. Like, that's what confuses people, is that, what does that mean? Like, why, right? And I guess the bio dad said the same thing. Like, don't let him in the house or something like that in the beginning when he disappeared. So everybody's asking, like, what is the real story with all of that, right? And it's hard for people to understand any of it, right? It's hard to understand it. It is, definitely. But I don't think it's cold at all. Not at all. Definitely not.
Thomas, appreciate all the work tonight. Thanks so much. And that brings us to the final question in our investigation for this hour, which is, where is Sebastian Rogers? Question we've been asking for quite some time. Still here helping us with our investigation, former homicide detective Chris McDonough, host of The Interview Room with Chris McDonough, along with Steve Fisher, who has been the private investigator hired by Sebastian's mother and stepfather. All right, Steve, I'll begin with you. This is like Gone Without a Trace.
Yeah, it is. It's a really confusing case, but and it's just, there's a lot of misinformation out there. I'll tell you that at the beginning of the year, we released where we found surveillance from a house one street over at 12:17 a.m. on the 26th, which would have been an hour and a half, 2 hours after he was heard in the bedroom. That person, as far as we know, is not accounted for. That is right along where the construction area is. And we think that there's a chance that was him. And then going into the construction area, I will tell you that at 8:30 a.m. the next morning, when the canines got on scene, a tracking canine came through another backyard and literally started running, and the handlers started jogging and went right to the exact spot where that surveillance image was taken.
And it gives us just a little more information about that. What does the surveillance image show, and what story does it tell you?
So it's very hard to see. You have to enhance it, but it's a shadowy figure on Kellen Lane, which is one street over, which is where it's believed that he went and entered the construction zone. This is not that. This is a different one that the FBI has come out and said that is not of any relevance. It's one thing I also want to say is there's been very little news, obviously long.
Well, that's the other thing, is that there was so much that was said in these panels and these live streams that the mom working for a security company, different alleged experience within their military positions, and then discussions that somebody rang a doorbell and then saying they didn't have a doorbell, and then all these canine tracking dogs and stuff about that they absolutely had cameras in the house. So if they had cameras in the house, when Sebastian disappeared and then they pretended not to and threw him in the garbage or something. That's what a lot of speculation is that, you know, if they did in fact do something like that, you know, why would they do that unless they had some sort of involvement? So there's a lot of things, right? And then it could take a lot of time to try to get the cloud, you know, information from the cloud, to do different types of testing, to get different warrants, all different things. And then if you're taking people's word for stuff and you're thinking a child is, you know, has certain attributes of autism, and you're going on a wild goose chase because you think, you know, you're going to find a child that's going to, you know, have no situational awareness or no safety, there's a chance in the beginning that things were not looked at and they weren't thought of because you had no reason to mistrust the parents at first. That's what a lot of people are speculating, you know, as one thing about what could come in the future is, you know, why would you do that? You know, have all these things falling into place when you have the custody fight that was going on. And then you also have all these discussions that they wanted him to go with, you know, go away to like a wilderness style camp type of situation where they wanted him to go to like a behavioral school. You know, they wanted to get rid of him from being in the home, saying that he had these behavioral problems. And then he just disappears and you're not looking for him in a way that makes any sense. You talk about him in past tense. You stop talking to the biological father completely. Just a lot of stuff that doesn't make sense that makes it seem like they do know what happened to him. And why would they have all of this playing out online with creators the way that they have? I don't know. But you can't overlook that At Night is affiliated in all of our opinions with the Lesniak and the lawyer people that are defense attorneys and stuff. So it's all very weird. Anyway, let's finish listening to what the private investigator that was working for Sebastian, he was on the Laurel Lodge. He explained a lot on there that they had retained him for $15,000, I believe. He didn't disclose who retained him, but he was working with Chris and Katie Proudfoot. That, you know, that's known. He didn't mislead about anything. There's just a lot of drama that surrounds all this. So it's very interesting.
Enforcement's not talking about this case, and that has a lot to do with because this fake intelligence agency has come in and it kind of stirred things up. But there is, I can promise you, there is still real efforts going on. Not long ago, we held a very precise, targeted search with forensic professionals.
But the fake intelligence agency is also a lot of YouTubers that are across the aisle, right? So it overlaps. It's not like, oh, it's just these couple people. No, it's like a whole group of people that have been doing things together, which is where all of this gets really mucky. It's just mucky, and really bad.
Along with federal authorities alongside of them, and they were with us, and some of this was on federal property. So there are things going on. We're just not talking about it regularly just because of how polarized the whole thing has become.
Well, it absolutely has. Chris McDonough, your thoughts about where Sebastian Rogers is?
You know, this case was set into motion within the first 2 hours. When the first officer was on the scene. And the first question that was going to be asked, obviously, is this an abduction risk and or a walk away? It's not unusual for autistic children to walk out of the house without their shoes. There have been many cases where kids have done that, and they've been found 8, 10, 15 miles away. But now we're into 640 days approximately. And one of the biggest questions I've had is, in his autism, what's his medication package? And if he's on medication and he's with somebody, then the pharmacies are going to be a very big clue here. Because if those medications have not been re-upped and prescribed correctly, i.e. gotten refills, this child potentially could be deceased somewhere. And
well, like, absolutely, right? That makes sense. And that's why there was the speculations, about recreational is there a way, like what a lot of people say when there's the Adderall prescriptions and then different, like methamphetamine type of, street stuff, is that a potential possibility? And that's where all that speculation from the person that was on that girl from Maine that went missing in September of 2024, and she's on the same page, right? I'll show you. Because that neighbor was saying this little 13-year-old girl, her teeth were rotting out of her head from doing the M word, right? And it was just interesting because the cases are very interesting, and it's weird that they're linked up on the FBI website. So a lot of us have been, always keeping up to date with the public information that we're given by law enforcement and just not paying attention to the trauma circuses, other than why are the parents all over the trauma circuses, right? Why is this happening? And I think we're going to find out. I think that, the power of prayer is going to prevail in this case for sure. That is my personal belief. It really is that Sebastian's going to be brought back home from whatever has happened. I think the truth will be uncovered at some point. I really do.
The search and rescue efforts then would become the primary focus in relationship to around the area that they're in.
We are out of time for tonight, but big thank you. Steve Fisher, Chris McDonough, really appreciate it. We'll see you again soon. We can debate every day about what information should be made public in the cases of missing children. I understand law enforcement has a dual role. They're tasked with finding the child, but at the same time, they're also building a case if a crime has been committed. And sometimes that second part slows down the first part. I get it. I just don't agree with it. I believe the best way to find a missing child is to let the public help.
Well,
I'm Vinny Politan. We'll keep digging for answers.
The public, I think, has helped to the best of the ability of the public helping. But you have to have the right information in order to help, right? Because if you see somebody that looked like Sebastian in the area or anywhere when he first went missing, how would you know if the photos and the videos that you're being given of the missing child don't match the missing child or their characteristics or their mannerisms? You're not gonna have a clue. And it's weird because in the beginning, I think law enforcement even said, there was a news article that they were asking if you had known him to please contact them. I mean, that's nonsensical. What do you mean? Why would you have to do that? Now, like I said, the father had just moved here, but wouldn't the mother and the stepdad be able to provide all this information from their friends, their family, his schoolmates, teachers, all the people that he encountered, therapists? It just was really odd. All of it has been very odd, right? And it's not a good look for the mom. It seems like she did something. The custody, all of this just aligns with some sort of foul play. It's just awful. It's awful. It's awful. But statistics are statistics, and it does, it is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. It's horrible. And none of us want to talk like that. Who wants to talk about anything about potentially harm coming to a child by a mother? I mean, no, my gosh, it's just horrible, absolutely horrible. So there's some parts of the mob crew that I wanted to watch. Now, I like Chris. I like his presentations. I don't know any more than he knows. He's only going to go off of what he's given, right, and who he trusts. And like I said, I don't have an affiliation to anyone. So, and I'm not law enforcement. So to me, I feel like some of this stuff may not be what everybody else thinks it is. I don't know that these videos are accurate from the night that Sebastian disappeared. I don't know if they're from another night. I don't know if they're enhanced. I don't know if they're manufactured. I don't know. It's just odd. It is odd. And that's why I keep an open mind. Let me see if I could just, where is this? Let's put this on here. There's parts of the mob crew, and this is all the links, everything's in the descriptions that I wanted to go over and talk about. Let's see. Let's see here. Let's see. Hold on one moment. Oops. It was glitching on me. Sorry. So yeah, well, that's what I was thinking also, Sam, is that I don't see why anybody would be upset about sending in a media packet, not a media packet, sending in a packet of information and all the information to law enforcement, whoever it is, whether it's the FBI or TPI. Why wouldn't you do that? Because if this isn't actually true, you want it reported, right? Because if people are fabricating evidence and things, it needs to be investigated. So whoever's doing those things, if these videos are not true, if there's a neighbor that's making things up and inserting themselves in that way and going to this extent, or a parent or anyone, then I don't see why you wouldn't present that to law enforcement to have it investigated. And I don't know why anybody would ever get mad about that unless they have something to hide. I mean, that's nonsensical. That's not calling in and tying up emergency resources. That is presenting something like you were supposed to do. When you see something, say something. just want to let you hear the recap thing really quick. We're going to fast forward a bit. What about those? Do you want to put those together or just leave them, like wrap them? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry about that. I can't control the thing with the ads. I don't know what's going on. I went into the YouTube studio because that happened a couple months ago, and there's nothing I can do about it. I think that when it's Christmas Eve or certain days of the year and certain times, they just ramp up the ads because I have it on this automatic setting where YouTube decides, whether they, so I don't know. I don't know why it's doing that. right, let me go over here. So there's just some more that I found really interesting. Well, absolutely. If it ended up, if it's accurate and everything, then of course it would be strict restraint, right? If it's all, if this is what he's saying it is, that he believes it is from what is being presented to him as, then of course it would be. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. Who the heck should be in? I mean, come on, let's be realistic. If it really is that night. No, because Jaden Spicer was just unalived by his mom, right? She's arrested. And where did she bury him? In a tote right by where their grandmother was buried. So it does happen. It's horrible, but it does happen. Merry Christmas, Justice Jane, Cinderella. Oh my gosh, Rachel, you're like the 20th person that has said that. Okay. I have had so many people that for so long that are like, what if all of this turns out that it was because a bunch of people, bunch of creators lured him out and then they made content? I don't think so. But it's so bizarre because you and so many people, because anything could be possible. And then you find out that everybody did everything to get all the evidence and hold them accountable and find Sebastian. So it's funny that you said that. Where did you, if you could email me and tell me where that started, because that's like another narrative, I feel like where is that starting from?
And even with the
better?
truck, there's something else, right? I don't want to give it away, but even with the truck, I know someone say, well, if you just had something higher, maybe a truck.
That's weird. I don't know what happened.
But that's not quite the full answer, which will be revealed hopefully maybe by this weekend. So keep that in mind, because we had spotters looking at it from a perspective from where the camera would be, a little bit closer. They were in the new development, and they were trying to see if it lit up like we do see on here. And no matter what Silvers was doing, you could not replicate that same look.
Way.
Apparently, he walked up to it with a flashlight, a headlamp. I think he even took his phone. He tried all sorts of things. He could not light it up. There's something more, right? Something more. Actually, two factors really that will come into play. But anywho, and also if you'd like to go, if you haven't already, please go and subscribe to Silvers on the Scene. It's in the description in my channel. Also, Voices of Truth / Hindsight and BMW's channel. They do great work. If we get a chance, we'll play a clip from them as well. But yeah.
No, I don't think anything should be held back for content purposes. I don't think that
Headlamp, yeah, like a lamp.
No, Sam, I never said that. I don't think that anybody should do anything like that. The only time that that would ever make sense is if it was found out in the future that it was part of the investigation or something, but absolutely not. When a child's missing, people should not be able to continue a disappearance. That's absurd. So if you're wanting to find a child, you wouldn't withhold. Like, I don't know. That doesn't make sense. I'm sorry, Sam, but I have to disagree a little bit. Respectfully.
Headlight, whatever, but for your head. I think they call them headlamps. But let's check out the drive. Because again, trying to get into the mindset of what were they doing the night before and the night of that he goes missing, right? And they're doing this. Or something to this effect. Anyway.
Well, that's the most horrifying thing is that people
course.
said, God forbid digging a grave or something because
he did a lot of things, Janie, and eventually we'll reveal what it was because, like I said, it's many factors.
There is drone footage from helicopters and things like that, so you would see if there was another grave site dug. But there was somebody that was laid to rest. That is, you can tell, right? So it's a horrible thought, but after what happened to Jaden, I can understand. A horrible thought, but I can understand.
You guys may be kind of on the right path, but there's a couple of factors, and believe me, this was 2 days of trying to recreate this. It really took, like I said, multiple factors. But again, imagine this is look how dark it is. Now, of course, it's a year later, right? And it wasn't paved. So now he's going to start going around the loop. So now we're going to see the Columbrium again. And even there, he had his headlights all the way up, and it still wasn't illuminating the way they wanted. And this is kind of what it would have looked like for whatever they were doing, were they exchanging him, in the car, switching him out? Were they changing a license plate? Are they putting on a license plate because they didn't have one? So now he's coming up. So to the right would be get this here. So he is now going to take the turn, and this is the road. If he were to go right to that private drive, which has the gate there. There's no fence. I was wrong. I was half right. I knew there was fencing. There's barbed wire because there's all these farms. So there's barbed wire that goes through, and I think it goes through here as well. I'm not sure how far, because you can see the post every so feet. But the other thing is there's this that a vehicle could actually get through. And they were doing construction on this when we looked at the helicopter footage. These bleachers, they had issues with them. These were torn out. So there was a lot of construction kind of going on. Now, obviously, they're not going to be working at 3 o'clock in the morning. But it's definitely possible to get a vehicle. And you could even probably do it with a car. SUV, I think for sure.
Definitely.
But there is technically, with a little bit of off-roading, you could cut through. I don't know if it's right there, but definitely up and over, and now you're in. So that was what makes the whole thing with the vehicles at the school on the night he went missing very interesting, because they kind of line up. So anyway, back to the drive. Oh, that's a good question, Meep. I don't know if someone in chat knows. We may have somebody. I'm sure Silvers would have an idea. There might be a local or two in here that might. That is a good question. I think it was definitely last year. It would have probably made sense if they did it like in the fall, or I mean, summer to fall of last year, maybe. So here he is coming around the corner of the loop. And I just slowed this down because I wanted to show kind of that point where the lights are seen. I originally thought when we saw these headlights that we were seeing the vehicle actually come around this corner here. But when I measured up the surveillance to the lights and everything, and I used these trees because I can see these trees. And so if you look, these trees, like if you were just doing kind of like straight line and you follow it, it takes you right to the corner loop right there. But the lights, when looking through the surveillance, they're somewhere about in between, in the middle of this group of trees. So that tells me that the vehicle is, and actually it's a little bit, not even in the middle, it's actually kind of more towards this part. It is here where we see those lights, which are two different vehicles the night before he went missing. Yeah. And to others, they know who, hopefully they know who they are. There was many people doing a lot of different things multiple nights that deserve a lot of credit, because apparently it was really cold. But this is about the area where these lights are being seen. And as you can see, notice the road's going to start to slope down. This is technically the highest point, and would make sense. There'd be a little window that we could see from 400 yards plus away, where these vehicles are captured. But this is it, right around in this spot. I'll back it up just a little bit. But not here, even though I started the video a little early. But right here. So what are they doing up there? And again, if you don't know what these lines are, if you haven't been with us, I took a static line with the 3:45 a.m. vehicle, and then when the 3:49 vehicle goes around, I noticed that it was higher up than the 3:45,
Right, I'm just gonna
much
scoot
higher,
forward a
which
little
means
bit.
we likely have a car and a truck, or at least clearly two vehicles that are clearly two different heights. It's one, and it's now got like, and the lock on it has changed. Before it used to be just kind of like a chain link. I don't even know what it was on this one. What did they have? Looks like they have. Man, they had something like tied up here. It doesn't even look like it's, or maybe a post that goes down or something, and then you just lift up. You know what's interesting is now I see the post right here, and it's torn down. I can see the barbed wire right here. Now, again, I think this was taken in a year before, so keep that in mind. I'm pretty sure this is like a Google screenshot. You know what? Let's find this out. Let's finish watching this, and I'm going to check that out. Okay. All right. Thank you, Tessa. We'll look at that here in just a second. I just want to see about that. Oh.
I'm trying to find the other timestamp here.
Okay. I think that's it there. Okay, so that
Here.
says second. Okay, so he's in the cemetery. Looks like he's on the west end of the... No. What is it? Yeah. Oh, he's on the west end of the loop. Oh, this is the area that... where the vehicle's at. Oh, thank you, Tessa. This is the entire trip. Oh, this is interesting.
Jesus.
That's very good.
Shower curtain? A curtain, maybe?
Yeah, I'm gonna go full screen for a second.
Like a shower
This is
curtain.
right in the spot where those vehicles are at.
Yeah, and there's been so many. See, this is the stuff that is ridiculous. There's been so many people in and out. There's no way that why ever that's there is intentional, and that's how I feel. There's all of us that watch it. Whoever put it there, why they put it there, it's absurd. That is clean. It looks new. It's been 2 years. There was tons of searches, and why would somebody have that there? I remember the speculation of the whole thing where Barbecue Lady, Body Moving, and all of them were on Elevated Truth podcast that Chris Proudfoot went on last December of 2024. And they were debating in the beginning of that live before he came on about my truck, was how Katie had said that Sebastian's pants were actually the pants that were recovered. Remember? And they were a smaller size. There was a debate about that in the beginning. And Body Moving seems to have some credibility, right? And she said she was told something, and there was this conversation that transpired. So when you see stuff like this, if the mom or anybody, I mean, whoever would do these things, that's where my mind goes. And there should be a justice and accountability. And that's why no matter what happens at the end of this, I am grateful that Mob Crew is putting things together and sending it in, because this shit has to be investigated. Pardon my language. All of it. The guy in the woods that we talked about from the beginning, all of it should be investigated. It's not okay. There's a missing child, regardless of why or how. Sorry, I don't think you guys on Overall Momming can see Sam. Sam and I have healthy discourse, though. It's not arguments. They're just not too informed on all of the stuff with the case at times.
I don't know if it belongs to that. There's a cross in the tree. I don't know. It's weird. You're only in it for like 2 seconds. No, I'll take you out of it.
Well, that's the thing. Who knows they're going, right? That's the thing. Who knows when these people are going out there? Because when Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives went to Texas Roadhouse. There's this guy that just happened to be there in a green jacket, right? There's just, and then she followed him and videotaped and didn't say a word. Like, there's just, that doesn't happen down here. People will ask you, what are you doing? Why are you following? What are you recording? I don't think she had anything to do with it. I'm not saying that. I have no idea because I don't know. People won't tell you, right? I'm not affiliated with anybody. So nobody's going to tell you if they're in a contract, NDA, whatever. Not if they think they're helping a case or something. You wouldn't expect that. So it's not even like I would ask. But when that happens, and you had the other woman out there all the time that was finding sheets and pants and glasses, and Silver's found a phone and then he unlocked it and it had Terry on it, or when this stuff is, and then the box that was on Jay is for Justice that she showed that had Katie's pictures in it, and all of this stuff doesn't happen in a missing child's case. So it needs to be figured out. And that's why it needs to be investigated. And whatever is the outcome is what's the outcome, because you don't make contact out of a missing child. You just don't do it, right? So this is nonsensical that anybody would think that they shouldn't be looking into that. So if you send me that Reddit, I'd love to read that, Sam. I'd love to read that. Love to read that because it happens all the time. And it's just, common denominator, common denominator. But yeah, don't pick up stuff without gloves and all that, because now it wouldn't be evidence. How would they get any kind of information from it if they were even going to be able to? And I know a lot of production like stuff went on. I had a note under my back windshield once. God knows how many were on there. I mean, the nonsense that went on when I first moved down here is absurd. When I was first here, absolutely absurd. And it didn't require law enforcement's involvement because it would have been a waste of their time, because you could tell that it was nonsensical, absolute nonsensical. This is different though. I wasn't out looking for a missing child, finding people and all of this stuff coming up or whatever. But I had these weird, one day it'll be appropriate to discuss.
Wow. Oh. There we go. That's
like a shower curtain.
One second, guys. So this was a year ago. So 11 months ago. Let's see. Let's look at the date real quick.
It's like a shower curtain or something.
December 25th.
I don't know
Wow.
if it belongs to. There's a
This was like
cross in the
Christmas
tree.
last
I
year.
don't know. It's weird.
Dang, I was hoping this was more like in March or April last year.
Oh, so this was a year ago. That's the same time that all the weird stuff.
So, did they ever come back out here and rewalk this at all?
Locally, that's really bizarre.
Why are they in the area that we're interested in? This is after he's been pulled into the dark side. This is very odd.
That
I've
is
got to save this
very-
video.
Oh,
I mean, this is
I didn't know this was
more or
a
less
year
the
ago.
area.
Little baby pumpkin.
Rachel.
Two little baby pumpkins. Ow.
Going on there. Yeah, there's been a lot of tornadoes and stuff and floods. And
Now that is interesting, Johnny.
it's a big area. Yeah, I don't know why he would be searching right where the lights are.
Yeah. The fact that he's over where we were one of our interests is that. That is very.
Well, he drove by and pointed Sebastian's window and stuff too in the beginning. Silver's on the scene. They didn't go after him. They let him drive by and point out Sebastian's window. And
okay, I'm gonna.
He meets up with Bullhorn
here.
He seems to get along with everybody.
Is he with
Yeah, I drove by instead of I live here,
God.
and I had.
Why are they in this area? What the?
No, I drove by with my son saying a prayer. They don't know if I have family that lives there. They don't know anything about my life, thank God. And I had videos made about me that I'm a stalker, and everybody knows that all I've ever done is tried to advocate and make sure to only help with Sebastian, never ever distract from Sebastian. So let that sink in. Let that sink in. Let that sink in.
Oh.
But they'll search with other people without a problem. And
Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
Like trying to breathe to a damn straw in my nose almost. It's like pinched off almost. Like,
Sorry. Why are they in this area?
not sure, man. Hold on, guys. I'll be right back. It's on. It's
okay. In a few minutes, but they both drive around that gate. Okay.
I've never seen that. What?
Hey, Costin.
They do
Yeah,
that
no,
now?
that's Cluminati and Cletus. That's their names.
Maybe they're,
That's who he's with.
Putting one of those big vault things on it.
Yeah, the girl
Wow.
that said that she was out.
What are they doing
I've never seen
hammering.
that. It's a new way to.
When Sebastian first went missing, she showed the backyard and said, you know, that her husband wouldn't let her MURD. Yeah.
Do it.
No, she showed. I'll play it in a minute.
See, I kept questioning myself because, like, even going up there. So if you travel this fence line,
See,
you see where
this
it
is the
sticks
window.
out.
Oh my
Bus
God.
route Where he run.
Oh my God, this is perfect. Holy shit. Look at this. Look to your right. Now notice the tree line, right? Because obviously we're looking through so many trees. Hold on, let me get my video. I just want to give you guys, let me find. So, you know, we're zoomed out and we're looking through so many trees. They're walking literally right here, and we have this little window, right, that we can see these vehicles.
Don't forget.
Watch to your right. There is a nice little gap that you'd
Don't forget, if you're guilty, right, or you have any involvement in a crime, the last thing you're going to do is want to be in court cases. You're not going to sue people. You're not going to, because you're not going to want the discovery. So let's just, you know, it could go either way. It could go either way, Rach. It could go either way here.
able to see vehicles.
I've never seen
right here. So see where the big tree is, and then there's this kind of open area. This is where the vehicles.
Yeah.
And picture, a vehicle had to be basically almost pointing this way to be able to see two balls of light. This is blowing my mind. Hold on. This is big. Before I do anything else, I need to download this real quick, guys. I'll play it here in just a second. Let me just get the YouTube downloader going.
Yeah, I'm going to show.
In just a second. This is massive.
Law enforcement did a search, I guess, of the cemetery when the Riley Lively.
And happy holidays and Merry Christmas
there.
to those that are just tuning in here.
In early April, was it? April 3rd,
a lot.
2024, April 4th, 2024. When they did that, I think. Was
okay, it's downloading. Okay.
I'll show you the video
that
I was so disturbed by and shocked by and appalled by and could never understand, because then she had all this content that she had made, and then she said that Seth was recorded and she sent it over to Christopher Proudfoot, the stepfather, and I just couldn't. I mean, why would all these YouTubers be doing all this stuff? And then you take into account, you have the guy that was searching, this odd video the day before that was made, and you have this other YouTube account. I mean, just so weird stuff, guys. So we want all this investigated, and it's great the FBI is doing what they're doing. Thank God. right? Because you never know what is going on. There's the child predators. They're using the internet. Weird stuff going on these days. People, you never know people, right? You never know people.
I just want to see this little window here again. I'm sorry,
You
guys.
never know.
I want to back it up here just a little bit. But notice all this shrubbery, right?
It's like
But there's going to be this clearing.
Not sure, man.
Notice we can't really see the construction area.
Hold on, guys. I'll be right back. I mean, it's on.
Oh, he cuts it.
Yeah. When you
But he
turn it
turns
off
to the
and
right
stuff,
right here.
I'll sit there and dude, I've never seen that. What? They do that now?
I don't know. I've never seen that either. Maybe
That's
they're
kind of cool. Interesting. That's
those big
different.
Vault things on it? Wow.
Right there. Look at that window right here. All right, guys. I've got so many things going on here. Let me. Is it ready? Okay, it's download. Oh, did I just download it twice? Oh, no. I don't want to download it twice. Okay. There we go. Okay. I just got to make sure I get that. But I see it back up. Okay, give me 1 second. I there's multiple things I'm looking out for, Bugsy. I am downloading this video. We'll probably revisit this video. Look at this window here. Now you can see the construction. Well,
never seen
where
that.
the construction site
There's no
would
way
have
to
been.
do it.
This is the area right here.
See, I kept questioning myself. It's like even going.
Because now look, as he goes, now there's all those trees, and that would block everything. The rest of this stuff, except for the light. And obviously, we're so far away, so that would be like here. Obviously, this tree is in front of us, so it looks. But oh my God, that's huge.
I agree, Cinderella.
Yeah, there's so many facets.
On up there. So if you
yeah, there you go. Oh, he did turn. Look at that window right there. This is the perfect thing right here. This shows you exactly where those vehicles are being seen. Oh, that is perfect.
travel this fence line, you see.
See, look. So that's where the loop is, and they are. Oh my gosh, we got so many. Okay, I got that video.
Well, I don't know why he said that. That's a good point. I don't know. He has the YouTube channel, and you can go watch it. I don't know why he would say they're doing that now, because he doesn't live around there. So you wouldn't think he'd be familiar with burials at a cemetery. That's a very small cemetery. It's not like they get a lot of burials. So I don't know why he would say that. That is a very good point. I don't know. Don't.
Oh my gosh. Thank you guys, and Tessa, for sending that. So they are like right here. And that is where we see the lights. That is wild.
It sticks out. Well, that's right when you run into Bowman and them.
Yeah.
And we know for a fact they track that.
Yeah.
But the problem is like, dude, to get into that thicket, I mean, I'm having to break stuff to get out there. So you would see a path cleared. And
well, I mean, quite honestly, for him to run off, the easiest path of travel would have been right down by that pond.
Yep.
If he came this way, assuming it's a dog track, right? It would have been.
I mean, hell.
He didn't walk that way. We've got so many cameras pointing that way. I can literally see squirrels and rabbits running through the construction site. Rabbits and squirrels running in the middle of the construction zone. They have nothing on. They're completely furry little friends, and I can see them running around because that night it was basically a full moon, and that construction area, even though there's not many lights or really any, you can still see them. If I can see a squirrel wandering around, multiple squirrels and rabbits wandering around the construction site, you think I'm going to miss Sebastian Rogers?
By that pond and right through that drain.
I was like, I mean, you had.
Yeah, two worlds collide. This is, well, my mind's blown right now.
I mean, you ain't got to. It's not going to hurt.
What the hell are they doing?
It's compacted down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm. We do know.
This makes me nervous.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, content.
That's what it is. This boy was picked up.
Sam, it could all be production content. And that's disturbing in itself, because why would any parents ever be okay with content in a cryptic manner when their son's missing. So no matter what angle you look at, it's just something's wrong all across the board.
I'm truly, that's the only other.
Wait, what?
Cleus, we spent so much time in the woods, man. You ain't got to, it's not going to hurt your feet. Right. It's compacted down.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do know they dived that.
Yeah.
So.
They didn't drain it.
This boy was picked up.
At least he has some common sense. Some.
Truly, that's the only other. Cleus, we spent so much time in the woods, man. That's the only other theory.
Are they actually speaking a little bit of truth here?
I've not signed.
I don't know why they showed his license plate. Please don't go show any hate to anybody or do anything weird.
The only sign that I ever saw of anything was Mansker, and that's a false.
Okay, I'll go to that.
Wasn't real.
Well, and I mean, look, anything's still possible because there ain't no evidence showing nothing. But
this is weird.
If you try to take a direction and run with it, until you run into the bottom of the rabbit.
Now, some of this dirt is from like graves. I think if they have like extra dirt, they'll just throw it up here. So if you see stuff around here, I don't think that's too suspicious, right? Not to say that couldn't be something, but yeah. I agree, Marsha, 100%. Yeah, that's why I'm like, I'm going to download this before, I go to look for it tomorrow and it's taken down. So, yeah, I downloaded it.
And that's the thing with searching, man. There's a point to the woods.
My mind's blown.
Has to be put in place. And it's like, man, I get it, but trekking 21 miles into the woods, logic says, I believe everything.
This was taken literally Christmas of last year.
Off, 200 yards into the woods. He's going to stay close where he can hear traffic, stuff like that. And that's the other thing that's got me though when thinking about this.
As much as I want to listen to what they're saying, I want to. Okay, now they're looking at a dirt pile over here.
Raymond. Hi, Raymond.
Goes out and searches and does all this.
Oh, God.
Is my spirit guide Mike with me?
Oh, got the spirit box.
Oh, it's that over there.
Where's he at?
I don't know why that.
Can Mike help me find answers on the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers? Please.
Here's a book.
I'm sorry.
Cool.
I'm not into that stuff.
We got what we need.
So my big thing is okay. Was that path at any time? Was that path? Has it always been the same path up there?
What do you mean?
On the so like the roads, they've never changed, right? Like they've never cut.
So when we came over here and met Seth sitting right yonder, back a week or so in, there was the dirt was sort of compacted a little bit, heading up where the road, the road lies off, right?
Yeah.
And it heads up to the left. The godparents are walking up that way that day. But yeah, I mean,
I know there's probably a lot in here. I just want to get to, because obviously this is over an hour long.
I think it was.
It's worth a second.
Okay, so they are.
He's still missing.
Now they go here.
That's Old Pond Runoff. That's where all that mud.
I think the video's going to cut here to where they're.
Yeah, I'd love to be able to put something in it, but.
Live fully, my love.
So, if I were to try to get over there, it's gonna be muddy. I know that, but let's see. Oh, the trash bag. Across. Oh, it's cut right. Hey, y'all know the fence is cut right here?
Basement.
Right here. It is no shit cut. Oh, ain't that something?
Nora.
That's odd.
Title of the video is A Closer Look into the Canine Hit.
God, that sucks it being a year later, man. Well, why wouldn't you just... this is the only problem I got with this, guys. Fence being cut, suspicious. But couldn't you just cross up there in the corner?
Unless your kids cut the fence to go to school.
It sucks because it's been over a year, so you wouldn't know if it's fresh. So that is 100% cut.
Still pale. Somewhere. No, it's been a good long while.
I don't know if Colin Cletus's daughter was in his grade or his classes or anything. I don't know the facts on that one.
Yeah.
It wasn't cut with like diagonals.
It was cut with
almost
a-
looks like bolt cutters.
Yeah, where it pinches it. What did it just say?
Allegedly, she was good friends with a
Oh,
neighbor in the
Lucy.
neighborhood.
Well, that damn dog done followed me home. No.
Okay.
They are very, very thick. No cameras on that
in
one
the
for sure.
Construction area.
I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, it's empty on this side though, so that's a positive side. My question is, I wonder if you could get down in there and see.
No, nobody ever tried to talk to me and ask me anything about the live streaming or the searching or any of those interactions or anything. None of them ever did. They just tried to intimidate and freak me out and chase me away, I guess. I don't know. But no, they've never tried to talk to me about any of it. Mm-mm. So it's almost like they already know the answer to where he is, because it's weird that they never seem to be asking people for information on. Seems like they know everything. They watched everything. They saw every aspect of their searches. They were at every search. It's very odd. I don't know.
Is that opening right down?
I can't answer that.
Having a break. stuff to get off
Interesting
there, so
though.
you would-
Yeah, if you guys want to check that out, if you see anything else, email me. But yeah, that is interesting. Smiling. Yeah. My biggest concern is the fact that they're, right here where we're all those vehicles, but
when you run into Bowman and them.
Yeah.
And we know for a fact they track that.
Yeah.
But the problem is like, dude, to get in through that thicket, I'm having to break stuff to get out there, so you would see a path cleared. And
Well, quite honestly, for him to run off the
Rogers.
Oh,
If so,
or
please
anyway, I
talk
was
to
going to try to
Mike.
find that window just one last time, because that's
easiest path of travel would have been right
Main
down by
road.
that pond.
Yep.
If he came this way, assuming that the
there
dog
it is.
tracks right.
Ah.
he would've-
See, I kept questioning myself. It's like even going up there. So
yeah, right there. That is that window we see the vehicles. That is interesting. Thanks, guys, for sharing that. Tessa, thank you so much. Yeah, the shower curtain. Yeah, I'll play that one last time, and then we'll get back. Where was that? I was at the beginning, right? Trying to find it here. 11-minute mark, right? Oh, here it is. Here it is. Okay. So one more time. Back it up. Again, it's would have been 10 months after he went missing. So
like a shower curtain. A curtain, maybe. Like a shower curtain or something.
I'm just gonna be honest. If you ever go searching out there, I would just say to anybody that goes out there, because it's great for people to go out there and search and stuff, but usually if I'm going to touch something, especially something like that, I wear gloves. That way, just in case, off the off chance that it may be evidence, you now have contaminated this evidence. Right now, obviously, volunteers and everything. It's not like we're supposed to have or know all this stuff, right? The knows and don'ts, or do's and don'ts. But anyway, just advice. Anybody's out there searching, try to have a pair of gloves, especially if you're going to handle something like that. So you don't, just in case it is evidence, you don't contaminate it like you just did right there. If that was evidence.
There's a cross in the tree. I don't know.
I think he's just like all of us, right? He's in shock, especially because when you're talking to people and your sources and stuff, you trust them. And it doesn't mean that they're misleading you, but they may be the ones that were misled. And they don't even know they were misled either, right? We're not law enforcement. Nobody here is law enforcement. And anybody that is acting in capacity of an investigator or law enforcement we don't want to know who they are because we want Sebastian to be found, right? So.
Yeah, I mean, it could be many things. It could be the wind blowing it, maybe something.
No, I'm sure he was shocked, or he would have said that a lot earlier. And there's no way Silvers and all of them and Crabtree and all of them don't already know. And yes, Crabtree is the one that I kept running into. It was very odd last year. Yeah.
From the new development, and they had a windy day, and maybe they had it up on like a hook line or something out in the backyard, and then
Yes,
the wind
and
caught
right.
it, and then and then blew it over here, and then obviously it would get caught up in the trees, and then it found a home. Again, just looking at it from all sides. Some could say, but again, it's 10 months after he went missing, but that's still very interesting. Very interesting. I appreciate sending that. So anyway, if anybody came in a little bit late, I'll go over what I mentioned earlier. But yeah, anyway, I'm going to play this real quick. Let me just make sure I got everybody here. Donna says prayers for Sebastian and Seth. And
Yes.
yeah, thank you so much. Oh, we got 2 people that are at the 11-month mark. That's wild. And of course, they did right there.
He gave us the name. We can go.
If that was evident.
There's a cross in the tree. I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we can go.
One more time. Again, it's would have been 10 months after he went missing. So.
But I want to show you the Riley Lively one too in a minute. Hold on. Yeah, he did. He drove by and showed us where Sebastian's window was and stuff. I'll show you. Well, just like with production, you take a long break. But yeah, I don't know. We can go back and we could watch his first ever video really quickly. Absolutely. They're not that long. So, yeah, he started not long ago, right? Right when Sebastian disappeared, this guy came on the case.
Okay, here's what we're going to show you this time. Here's what we're going to show you. We're on the street. There's Anthony home right there. Case Anthony, Georgia.
Kaylee Anthony. He's showing us what happened with Kaylee Anthony. And it's really kind of heartbreaking, right? Because it's kind of what we just saw with Melody Buzzard and all of that, heartbreaking. So, no, because you don't want to know if somebody's an actual investigator and they're investigating. That would ruin a case. So I do not, sorry.
You come out of that driveway.
Well, it wouldn't ruin a case, but it would interfere, wouldn't it, with what you want overall, if you're looking for justice and everything like that. So,
and you start driving down this road that they live on, Hope Spring.
But yeah, that was his first video. Okay, hang on. Let's see. Here we go. Oh,
3 locals from Hendersonville, Tennessee.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Hold on. His theory? Yeah, I'll put the link in the description. So there's this one and there's this one. So I'll let you listen to both, but I'm looking for one specific and then we can finish that one. Absolutely.
Hi, Silver's on the scene, and this is my theory of what happened to Sebastian Rogers on the night of February 25th and the early morning hours of February 26th. Before I go any further, this is alleged, as I'm only taking what I've seen, my thoughts and my opinions, and creating a theory from it. Also, I'd like to say I hope my theory is wrong, because I do hope Sebastian is alive and well, safe and sound somewhere, and he's still with us, and he will have a much long and happy life. With that said, my theory does not go in that direction. Here it is. What we're looking at is the Proudfoot home, and what we're looking at is the grainy security video footage that I could never make sense of until what I believe now. So here we go. Katie and Sebastian leave the dinner at 6:30 p.m. and they make their way home. As she said, they get home. Sebastian takes out the trash, as he normally does. Truth. They have a few good hours, whatever they do. 9 o'clock, he goes to bed. If you watch Katie in one of her interviews, she has a really big gasp when she says that okay, mommy, and he goes to bed. I believe the reason for that gasp is that was the last time that, unfortunately, she saw him alive. So he goes to his bedroom. She's on the phone with her husband, Chris, stepdad of Sebastian, and she does hear a thud. And she probably says to Chris, oh, I don't know what he's doing. Hey, what are you doing in there? Stop doing it, go to bed. Now, she tells us that he replied. I don't think he did. Because my theory is whatever that thud was, that is what cost him his life. I believe he hurt himself somehow. Fell out of the bed, did something to hit his head, and ultimately that killed him. Broken neck, whatever. Now, I'll stop here and say is someone say, well, hey, you believe part of her story, but not the other part. Well, when people tell a story, they're either going to...
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't see that. Okay, so I think this is the one when he first drove by. This is, yeah.
Silver's on the scene.
422.
And we're in Hendersonville. Just found myself in Hendersonville because of work. And I thought I'd come just tour the area. This is where that camera is, look. That shot the video of the dump truck, supposedly. So, let's see what we can see. Sebastian Rogers. Hope he's found soon. Here's his house right here. Right there. That was his room right there. Is his room, let's say. There's the sign.
Here's his what?
We're just...
Oh, I didn't hear haunted house.
Silver's on the scene. And we're in Hendersonville. Just found myself in Hendersonville because of work.
No.
And, I thought I'd come just tour the area. This is where that camera is, look. That shot the video of the dump truck, supposedly. So, let's see what we can see. Sebastian Rogers. Hope he's found soon. Here's his house right here. Right there. That was his room right there. Is his room, let's say. There's the sign. And we're just hoping he's found. We'd like to do anything we can to help. And, I don't know what we can do, really. There's just a lot of area around this neighborhood. A lot of open land and woods. You see the woods back in there. So if he went out on his own, not really sure where he would go.
I don't know anything about why he started searching for Sebastian or what he did before. I don't know. I heard all kinds of rumors. I have no idea. Mary's Magical Place at Drake's Creek. Where is it? Yes. Mm-hmm. I don't see it. I'm looking. I don't know. This is, I think.
Silver's on the scene. Silver's on the scene today. Silver's on the scene. Silver's on the scene. We will not go away.
No, it's October. That's October. Okay, so. I don't know.
Silver's on the scene. Sebastian Rogers gone 355 days. 355 days. It is Saturday, February 15th. I'm 2.7 miles northeast of his home. 11 months, 2 weeks, 6 days. We are a week and a half away from a year. Where is Sebastian Rogers?
What time stamp? 42?
I can smell the rubber off of it. It's been burnt.
Okay.
Never get back up. I did come over here when I found that originally. As you can see, a place like this right here, you could tuck yourself under. But also, as you see, I mean, see, it's even still kind of dry there. Dry there now.
This is supposed to be the Drake's Creek. I don't think. What is he watching? Ma, what is he watching? I don't think the Woods guy, as all the OGs call him, did the live stream exactly from this spot. But I can't be sure. That obviously his original accounts were deleted, but he has new accounts now. And if I have a chance, I'll show you some of his new content. We can go back and visit because so many people keep asking about Billy Letters to Esme. I could show you. But no, he's never been in any of these people's videos. I don't know. He tags them though.
I didn't think I was going to be able to make it out here because the
Absolutely, I would think that you would want to talk to him. He's been searching since really on, all over that area, and he's still posts about him. You'd want to talk to him. So nobody makes much sense.
This looks like rubber. You see this?
Hi, Poppy. Merry Christmas.
Ladies and gentlemen, this thing, what is that? I can smell the rubber off of it. It's been burnt. I'm going to email Detective Carter. I may even call him.
That's the point. That's why everybody's saying FBI needs to take the lead on this investigation. It's wonderful that they're giving us the story on Sebastian and all these different things, but why would you not want them to take the lead with all of the stuff that's gone on with these local content creators that weren't even content creators until all of this, all the going in and out of court, all the restraining orders, all of it. You would absolutely. And then you add how Billy makes serial KI stuff, right? And all of that type of content. It's just, of course you would. And it's not accusing anybody of being involved, However, people might watch content like that could be involved because they insert themselves into things, right? That's like, it's just basic statistics. And I don't have any professional experience in that manner, but it's just common sense for any of us that learn about true crime, or we have any, any training in any shape or form, or learn about it or anything. It just, some things are just kind of common sense, in my opinion.
Let's see.
Right? People that do something bad to somebody else, how many times did they go back to the crime scene? They go to vigils, they go to funerals. Well, the internet is the new vigil in a way, right? The internet is the new crime scene in a way, where people can do things and then they could just insert themselves into it and watch it and pay attention, even pretend to have info or redirect, or who knows. We've seen it in all these other cases, right? There's a lot of other stuff to go off of. The difference with a missing child is statistically, it's usually a family member or somebody very close to the child that's involved. But we do have this new predator playground, this horrible stuff that's going on. Highly recommend actually Body Movin', the girl that did the Don't F with Cats, that woman. She has a lot of good information on her YouTube channel about the severity of that and the FBI warnings on what's happening right now, and protecting your children, talking to your children, your nieces, your nephews. If you don't have children or grandchildren or friends of yours, let them know what's happening. There's a lot of bad stuff happening, and Snapchat is still a big issue. What they do with, not cooperating in a lot of ways very easily. They don't cooperate as well as Discord or Facebook. The whole stuff going on with the Roblox. So, I mean, to me, there's something wrong when you don't want the FBI to take the lead. It's 2 years. Where is Sebastian? And if something bad happened to him by the hands of somebody else, and you would not want them to harm anybody else. And I'm not saying law enforcement isn't doing an investigation. There could be sealed indictments and all kinds of things going on. We have no idea. We're just going off of what we see. And the fact that people, myself and so many of us, have had all of this crap go on in our own lives, we're never going to stop paying attention, because it's very unsettling and you want justice for everybody. But in this situation, you can't help but feel that why is this all going on? And why are the parents acting the way they're acting? And the dad, I showed you the video of that poor father. The guy's broken. I don't believe he's involved, but let law enforcement figure that out. But in the meantime, yes, the FBI should take the lead. Why wouldn't you want the FBI to take the lead? You don't want people, no matter who they are. And I enjoy some of these creators, but I'm just saying, you don't want anybody to think that they can make a bunch of money off of making content on missing people. And then bad people go out and fake missing persons cases, or they do it to sensationalize and capitalize. I mean, you don't want it at all, right? I mean, it's just across the board. Like, who? Sam, you're driving me nuts. Anyway, I'm so sorry, everybody else. I'm sorry. I know you can't see Sam over there because I have the other TikTok and the Shades of Suspicion going. I have the multi-streams going. I'm really hoping to get Momming It Up out of the pits of the Krama algorithm. But unfortunately, as all of you know, it is what it is. I'm stuck in that algorithm and I can't change it. Momming is stuck in it, and I can only pray it's stuck in it. I don't know. It is.
Here we go. Okay, what are we doing here? Silvers is confused. Bear with me. Okay, explore. I'm here. Got there.
we're just going over every side, every angle, everything that could be, everything and anything. That's what we do. That's how I always am. I try to think of everything and anything because I don't think anybody's opinions and stuff shouldn't be, allowed because we don't have a lot of information. But there is a lot of stuff that I don't understand by the creators. I don't understand why they don't discuss a lot of this stuff, like the FBI things, and I don't get that. That's just me personally. But I do understand it if they're not true crime, right? And I was informed several times that it's trauma. It's not true crime. So the discussions apparently are very different. And I think that's really bizarre, but you wouldn't think that missing person, mom, stepdad, anybody would want to be associated to trauma when you're looking for your child. So that's kind of threw me for a little bit of a loop. But no, I've always said that in my opinion, 100%, not that my opinion means diddly squat anything, that I don't believe that the father has anything to do with it. I don't think he knows where his son is whatsoever. And that's why I get kind of heated and passionate, right? Because earlier I played the video of his father. And how are we not going to keep hanging flyers and asking? I'm a local now, right? I live here. So there has to be answers for Seth, for everybody. This could be any of our child, right? This could be, I pray there's no corruption, right? But I don't know. I don't know. I could look at every angle, I could speculate, but I don't think Sebastian had anything happen to him at the hands of his dad. I don't. I do not. I just don't. Could I be wrong? Of course I could be wrong. But it's just kind of like common sense. I feel like he was out. I don't know. You guys already know, all of you over on Mom. And Chris Proudfoot said several times that Seth had nothing to do with it when he was asked that question. Right? So, the thing for me is that the stepdad cannot get mad at me or anybody else for talking about him or speculating about him. They're not unintelligent people. They know, just like people that make rage content, just like Illuminati, just like everybody, that when you say things and you do things, you're doing it so that you do get attention and a reaction. So there's no way that they can get mad when it's been 2 years. And sorry guys, I get so frustrated, so frustrated with it because it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, they did it. They clearly do, Kiwi, for the money. They clearly do. But when the parents are involved, the only one that I think might not have had a clue and been taken advantage of is Seth. Because he's not from around here. He doesn't know these people, right? He doesn't know these creators that were local or turned creators or anybody. So, but I don't see him with the spokesperson anymore. I don't see him with even the at night thing. I don't know if he's associated. The only thing we have is the last video we did. And of course, if he doesn't know where his son is, he's not going to probably make the best decisions, because I can't imagine that I would even be in my frame of mind to even know what to do. And I definitely wouldn't care about drama. I wouldn't give a crap about that because I'm looking for my child. I don't care about anybody else but my child. But everybody acts different, obviously. But the stepdad did. He said it. He said it on several channels that he went around talking to people, right? And would work with them as long as they didn't give in to the sauce or whatever. He talked about Trevor Lee, and that if you man up, or if you have a spine, and he compared it to jellyfish, and have a conversation. He's the one that said all these things, and he's not an unintelligent person. They were in the military, right? They're former Navy. And maybe you might make, once or twice, but this is a consistent thing. Dressing up as Seth, as a sheriff. I mean, what you're doing it for is for the content. So why would you be around channels doing that? Why would you be fighting and encouraging that when your son and your stepson's missing, that you called your son? There's just no way not to talk about it at this point, because it is what it is. Even when we talk about any possibility in any perspective, we're not saying that he unalived him, right? But we got to talk about every possible scenario. It's weird. It's all weird. I would have believed if he ran away because of what was happening with everybody. I would have bought that one too, right? But if he ran away, you'd be searching for him. That's the way that we would think you'd want. It's just too odd. I don't know. I hope we're all shell-shocked and the parents had nothing to do with it, and he's all right, and we get an amazing, that it goes against all odds and defies statistics and everything. Believe me, I don't think anybody wants anything to come back that any of his parents or anybody in any way harmed him. Who would ever want to think that? I will, Anne. Thank you. This one's almost over. Sam had asked. Sam and you guys got to end up coming over to Mom, and so I don't have to read two different chats. No, I only have that channel monetized, only Momming It Up. And I'm so sorry for the ads. I tried to go into the studio. I tried to disable them because I like to have them off during the lives. I think during certain high traffic times on YouTube, they just crank up the ads. Yes, Kiwi. But I do think that the FBI has a lot more info just because they updated the flyer. They have the stories on them. They have a $50,000 reward, right? But it could take a long time for them to figure everything out. They might have I got to take that back, right? So you can have all kinds of things and you can have an idea and you can have all this stuff, but then you have to actually compile a real case, right? So you want to make sure that you have it all lock, stock, and barrel, so to speak, right? And then you would also want to make sure that every single person would be held accountable for whatever laws or whatever roles that they play. So it would take time. It would take a lot of time. Wouldn't be overnight. And you could have all kinds of sealed indictments. I mean, I was just learning I was listening to one of my audio books. I spent quite some time in the hospital earlier this month, and I'm doing fantastic, thank God now. My son has had his appendix out yesterday, so it's been a hectic time here. But I had a lot of downtime to be listening to my audiobooks. And I was learning about a case where the FBI had, oh, hold on one second, guys. This is glitching. Hold on. I'm so sorry. Just a moment. Oh, geez. Okay, I see what I did. Oh, yeah, just it could take a long time for things to happen. It definitely can. But look at the case that we just found out of Florida, where that mom had had her daughter for 40 years, 42 years. And they had all the information, but then there was a bunch of, oversights because they were just busy with stuff and it just never got put back together the way it needed to. It just happened in Florida. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt if it's more like 800,000 at this point, to be honest. As terrible as that sounds. I really wouldn't doubt that. Thank you so much, Mike. I hope you're doing well. I hope you have a happy holiday. But yeah, I know I get annoying for people because I won't 100% like conform to one thing or another, but that's just because things are changing and we don't have a clue what the heck is going on. Right? Well, I would be absolutely shocked if that was the case, but you never know. Listen, there's other cases where, it's shocking and you find out that the parent actually was the one that was involved, and it's the parent that you would never, ever expect, that they were involved in having, this child, take off. Look at the Nancy Grace that I played earlier. Nancy Grace, when she had, I forgot the name. I'm so sorry, but I could look it up. She had this guy on that was missing his son. And right live on the air, she breaks it to him that they found his son in the basement of his home. Right? So you never, ever, 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 ever know. You never know. So, of course, I know that there's still a chance that, the dad could be involved. And he could have hit his, had somebody, go meet him or could have had another phone or whatever. But do I think that? Would that make sense with the overwhelming amount of everything else that we know? No. But obviously, I know it's possible. Anything is possible until there's a time that there's an answer where he either comes back or there's a trial and all the evidence is presented, right? Because everybody is always innocent until proven guilty. We're in America. So you have the freedom of speech, but you also, you don't convict people. You can have your opinions. But anything is possible. But you got to wait and see. And I know that's not anybody's cup of tea when it comes to this case, in a lot of cases, because people usually go 100% one way or another. Well, I can't do that because personally, I know there's been all kinds of stuff that's happened in this case that you would never know what the parents could be going through. What if, something did happen and they were all, told like a hostage negotiation. When we saw the video and they were showing only their hands and all of that, that was my thought, was a ransom demand, and they're doing what they're told by investigators. I mean, because there's all kinds of possibilities. You have no idea. And I get it. Totally get I'm not everybody's cup of tea. But and when I know I'm wrong about something, like what I found out when I was so, convinced that Seth had something to do with it because he left work and yada, yada. As soon as I found out that was not true, right, I had no problem owning it. I felt horrible. And I wasn't even an influencer. I wasn't even monetized. But that's just because I'm a person, and this is real life stuff we're talking about. And I think we should have some sort of ethics, even if what we say doesn't matter necessarily, even if we don't have the influence, I still think it does matter. And our opinions should be fluid. It should change based on whatever we consider evidence, right? And that's why I just have a hard time, I guess, watching a lot of true crime stuff. I like to learn about the facts of everything. I much rather, learn about things that have already happened because I just try to understand it. I think a lot of us, we are just drawn to the psychology of it all, I mean, look at how many people are people watchers, Remember back in the day before the internet, you just go to the mall or go to Walmart in the middle of the night when it used to be 24 hours. Just trying to understand. And I think with a lot of the crimes and things like that, a lot of us have gone through something, and so we can relate and we like to see justice. Sometimes it's just because, how do you prevent something, or, just trying to kind of grasp, what separates us, A lot of the crimes I always understood, like the snapping, heat of passions, things like that. But then you have these other ones where it's like, my gosh, like, isn't there something inside you that you would never want to do that? Like there's no way. But not everybody's built like that. Some people don't have guilt. They don't, their adrenaline, their joy and stuff in life, unfortunately, is in a different manner. I mean, one day we can get into all the psychology of it, Sam, but you derailed everything over here now. I know we're just chatting tonight, but sometimes I think you just like to annoy me and poke at me. And then I end up on my 20-minute tangents because I'm multitasking over here. Yeah. What I'm going to do, hopefully, because my son's on he's gotten a pass. Most of the guys in the Army were able to get off, for the holidays. And I'm going to see if he could do the OBS for me. And that way, what I could do is I can have the chat come on the screen so that you guys can see what's being said while I'm multi-streaming. I think that would be helpful. And don't forget to please email me. If you guys ever have anything that you want me to know, that you think might be helpful, or any other topics or anything, or if you had a story and you wanted to come on, or you want to do a show together or anything, just email me. For another year and a half, I'm going to be, not doing very much for a regular job because of what happened with my little guy with his, his botched surgery. We had those 2 back-to-back, very lengthy surgeries, March of, this year. So until he's about 4, You know, I'm not going to be able to really return to working. So I have nothing else to do but try to give content a little bit of a go. And also when I'm interested in stuff, I like to sit there and just talk to other people about it. If I'm going to be watching these things anyway, right, I might as well go live. My biggest battle is that I don't want to be a full-on speculator, like I'm sitting at the kitchen table 100%. You know, I want to try to make sure I am a little toned down. With certain things, but at the same time, I don't think there really is a way to discuss things without it falling into the lines of talking about, you know, parents when it comes to children missing and stuff. I think unfortunately we have no choice because of statistics. And you know, what you do see is most parents don't care what you say about them because they just want to find the child. So what do they care what you say? This is just an anomaly, I guess. I don't know. So definitely email me at 411ccanne@gmail.com. I just want to see the end of this, guys. It's only a couple more minutes. And then I'll go pull up the one that you suggested. And then if you still want to, we could try to check out and see the letters to Esme's new searches and stuff. Because nobody shows his stuff. I don't know why. And he's out there still searching. And he's been searching since early on.
Why is this not letting me? Yes, sure. There it is. Okay, I got it. Okay, I just shared the location with Silver's too.
Oh yeah, Kiwi. No, I know that. They aren't. But when Sebastian first went away, that's what I thought they were. I had no clue, you know, when I was listening. But that was very short-lived. That was very, very, very short-lived. I like oh my gosh, what's her name? I watch her a lot. Grizzly True Crime. I really like how she does things. So if my algorithm ever changes out of this drama on the Mommin channel, that's probably how I would be, is more like Grizzly, you know? But when it comes to Sebastian's case, it wasn't any of our choices what has turned into all of that. But I do not understand the parents being okay with it. I just do not understand.
I mean, I have it, I know, but what do I know about this spot? I don't know what type of, we call them official searches have been done here. I don't know if the cops, law enforcement came out and got the blanket and the pants, but I do know this. This area needs to be searched. Now that for sure, plastic, styrofoam. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna take a break. Not really a break, I need to change my battery. I'll be back. So as I'm seeing them back, again, Drake's River is unbelievable. You know, it's crazy because people I've been working with and who have sent me stuff who aren't from here, who have never been here like me before Sebastian went missing, who don't know the area, right? Sometimes they mistakenly say Drake's River. Well, it's a creek. We all know this, right? It's Drake's Creek. I'm telling you today, and any day it floods, it is like a river. So that's just odd that they see it as a river. And it kind of starts making me think that we may be dealing with a situation that ever how Sebastian got here to the area I'm standing right now, 2.7 miles from his home,
And when these floods happen, they wash them down. I actually thought, may have mentioned it earlier, that the plastic piece I found could have been bone. There's just so much stuff that's out here that, here we go again. Okay, here we go again. What is that? So I keep finding stuff that's been burnt in this area. It could have nothing to do with Sebastian. It could have everything to do with Sebastian. I don't know what that is.
No, I have no clue.
I may not be able to get to the car today. It may be another time. I just don't know if I can access it. And even if I can access it, as you can see, the creek, river.
I don't know where he came from. I don't know anything about the Silvers on the Scene guy. I do remember when he was smelling the air was the way that was kind of off-putting. I do remember that part, but no, I don't know. Some people said he used to be law enforcement. Some people said he sold vacuum cleaners, but he does have something with the IMBD or whatever. So I don't know. I don't know what brought him into this, or I have no idea. If you have an interview where he explains it or something, please feel free to send it over to me. I have not a clue. I don't know what's going on here.
Another time. I just don't know if I can access it. And even if I can access it, as you can see, I still believe this area needs to be searched. I'm going to plead with Detective Carter that he send a team out, maybe when it's dry, because we're approaching a few months. Sebastian Rogers has been gone. Look at this. How close is bone does that look? And it's not. It's a tree. Thank everyone for coming along. I would apologize that I've been gone, but I can't. It's unavoided. There's no way to avoid it. I have to work. Thankfully, I've got a really good new job. I've been on the job now, going on my 4th week, and it's brought me hope. It's helped bring me back here to Sebastian's area. Okay, so I'm gonna cut camera. I'll be right back. I'll just tell you, her name's Tara. Thank you, Tara. She said it was okay to mention her name. Everyone knows who Tara is.
He has a new job, and I brought him back over there. I've been praying to find a remote job. It's been a horrible year. I said that I am refusing any more unexpected medical things and everything. But it's hard to find remote work it really is when you, there's a lot of remote positions, but I mean that are flexible, right? It's really not as easy as I thought it would be, because I always had these opportunities, and there was always, New York is very different, than Tennessee and, Alabama and all of our surrounding states, Kentucky. It's a very different world. I was looking into taking 2 jobs. Well, I won't say where they are, but I really don't want my children to be raised by anybody but me. I did this already. I have 2 older children, obviously. My son's in the Army, and I missed all that time. I really missed it. And it breaks my heart. I'm very blessed, but I really just don't want to miss that with my little guy. And you know, my daughter goes to school now, but I really don't want to. If I don't have to, I really just don't want to. You know, that's all I can say. And I don't judge people that do. Believe me, we've had these discussions because this economy, when you guys all know, when you go through emergencies, you could lose your savings really fast. And then, you know, but it comes and it goes. And but the medical stuff, I'm like, okay, that's it. I pray to God that we got all the medical stuff out of here, because my son's appendix thing, oh my Lord. You know, and then I'll keep going. Do you know they called at 6 o'clock in the morning? He's prepped to have his appendix out. Okay, on Christmas Eve, they called me to verify the proper checking account information. I'm not even shitting you. And he has insurance. But I mean, I get it. Business is business, but still, it's like, come on. Like, could you have picked a worse time? Because you know, as a mom, you have that 1% feeling of like, well, what if I can't give them anything? What if I only had $1 in the account? What if I couldn't give them the copay or a certain amount of the copay? Would that have affected his surgery? And no, but I mean, they have to do surgery, emergency. It's America, but it still made me like, your timing, you know, it's not during business hours. It was, you know. Ugh. But I try to see the glasses, you know, half full. I'm very grateful. Thank God he's okay. He's home now, right? Just like I'm doing phenomenal. I'm thankful to God. They got rid of the sepsis. I was in a great hospital. So I'm not having a pity party, but I'm happy when everybody else gets great jobs and their dream jobs. And I'm like, I'm having midlife crisis, I think. Because I'm like, what am I supposed to be doing with myself? I want the best of all worlds, right? I want to be able to work and still raise my children. You know, it needs to go back to like the 1950s, I guess. I don't know.
Top of leaf. But it's got a bone color to it. Let's see if that's I did find a, when I was talking to my guide, I'll just tell you, her name's Tara. Thank you, Tara. She said it was okay to mention her name. Everyone knows who Tara is. If you don't, I'll put the link in the description below. And she was like, I'm trying to think what I mentioned. I was mentioning and I lost my train of thought. But yeah, with all this disturbed stuff and everything, and this right here, take it out. Is that part of the car that's down further downstream? And if it is, where was it? I've never seen it before. So my theory is that that SUV, it's a Jeep Cherokee, white. It went into the water somewhere in this area. Was it there? And it got washed down. So if a whole car can be washed down, imagine what could happen to a body. And that's where we're at. So
That's so great.
I may put a little end to this video of me talking about the day as a whole, probably will.
All right, so I put the link to this in the description. Let's go to this other one really quick. It's funny, my mom's a godsend. She's wrapping gifts. It's supposed to be away a lot longer, but then his appendix burst and being in a different state with, oh my God, it's just a whole thing. So it's just funny because she's sound asleep in there and then she'll get up and keep wrapping. Bless her heart. Let's see. What was the other one that you sent? Rachel, are you still up? If you're still listening, can you just tell me what date? I don't know. I'll probably be on for about another hour. Remember the date? Oh, I can't remember the date. Oh, these were short. Sorry. No, I've always said that I'm not affiliated with anybody. I've not talked to the parents. I have no NDA with any of the creators, or I'm not affiliated with That Night. I'm not affiliated with Queen Bee or anybody. I get such weird questions. Yeah, it is a weird question. I think it's a weird question. I've done content for a while when it comes to just podcasting, just talking. Not crime stuff, though, I guess. So, I mean, we talked about certain cases. I think it might be, was it that one from, wait a minute. Let me see, this might be it.
For you to go say, here's.
Nope, that's not it.
Point I'm trying to make is if this boy walked out. Silver's on the Scene, Wednesday, November 20th. Hope everyone had a great day. I know we did. We did some searching for Sebastian. We did not find him, but we were able to clear an area. So that's one less area as we keep our search for Sebastian Rogers. Gone 268 days.
In this area, and so they knew I was out looking in the 27 area, and there's another spot to look at too, but they used to live here, and the first thing that came to their mind was this area here, which is area. It's where you'll find me.
This is the one you want to
anyway,
watch.
Hope you enjoy this video, and thanks for everything, and keep your eyes open as you watch. As I've said before, when you watch these videos, you come search with us no matter where you are. So thank you for that, and thank you for your support. And to everyone I met today, it was a pleasure. It was my pleasure. It was Silver's too pleasure. We were really happy to meet all of you, and just good to not only meet good people, but to know that these good people have great intentions for Sebastian, and everyone there. We're looking for him, and our goal is simple: find him and bring him home. So enjoy the video, and here we go. Thank you.
Oh, with so many missing people and accidents and homeless and hikers and all kinds.
Silver's on the Scene, and so I'm here in talk about 27.
I don't think it's ever, a bad idea if people are out hiking or searching in general, because you never know. Some people have found people. You never know, right? You just saw that car, so you never know.
7 Westmoreland area. It's where you'll find me now, and of course looking for Sebastian Rogers. So let's take a look at where we are. Okay, just come off. Does anybody know that freeway up there? What is it? I don't know the freeway. It's I have to look, find out what that freeway is. But basically, had an email come in from a subscriber who used to live in this area, and so they knew I was out looking in the 27 area, and there's another spot to look at too. But they used to live here, and the first thing that came to their mind was this area here, which is basically a tunnel. Okay, and I don't know the full history behind it, but they were saying, if someone was going to place a body allegedly, then this could be a good spot. So what we found is you cross over the thing. It's really, really tall. We'll see it in just a moment. But we had to go park the cars further away and walk down to this area. So looking for Sebastian, Westmoreland, Tennessee. And I have car guy 1 and 2 with us today. So they are the ones who came by and actually took a look at it to start, about a week or so ago. And so you'll see as we go through, it has a lot of opportunity to, in my opinion, place a body, hide something, evidence of some sort. We'll see exactly how far off the road it is. It's right up here. But it's an interesting tunnel. You'll see right here, it's almost like a train could go through there. Now, there's a lot of leaves on the ground, like you were saying, right? Yep. A lot of leaves on the ground, so finding bone or clothes or some type of evidence could prove difficult if, look at this. This is just like a gorge. You got a lot of rock on either side. It's a beautiful day. It is Wednesday, November 20th. And yes, before anybody wants to contact my work, I did take a vacation day today. So I'm out looking for Sebastian. Yeah, a lot of leaves on the ground, boots on the ground. So I just can't think of the name of that highway behind. I'll have to take a look at that. I'll find out and I'll get it. I'll restart the video and add that in to give the location. But take a look. I think it's called the Westmoreland Tunnel. So follow me here. Disclaimer on the wall, as you know, allegedly, in my opinion, what you could have here is from the road up top. You see how high it is. If you were going to hide evidence of some sort, be that a body or anything, you could drop it off from there and then make your way down as we have to tuck it away or hide it. And going off that theory, I've said before that if Sebastian walked out on his own and he was trying to make his way to his dad's house or to anywhere, this is the type of place, if he came across, that he could seek shelter in easily. You know, this would be a great place if Sebastian did go off on his own and he needed shelter. I mean, this would be a great place to camp out. There looks like there's food here. I don't know if that's trash from the cars above or if someone's been staying here. A lot of slate rock coming off that. Ooh, muddy, very muddy. Be careful walking through there, it's slippery. Okay, so let me find out what that road is over there so I can get a better location on this. I'll be right back. Okay, so this came through the tunnel. The other side would be a great place to shelter up if Sebastian walked out of that house alone. I do not think he is. That's my opinion. I don't think he did. I think he was carried out, but we won't get into all that. Let's search for him. So that's Highway 52 back that way where we came from. It is Highway 52 that will cross over Highway 31, Westmoreland, and now we've got a tunnel drainage we want to look at. Grab. Oh, yeah, two. These things are slow. So I think, I don't know if you guys know, but when I first walked for Sebastian a mile from his house over by Long Haul Church, I would come across these things, and my vision was he's out on his own trying to seek shelter. He would crawl into one of these. So much mud in there. Look at that. That's a rock down there, right? Yeah. So how the rock sticks out. A lot of mud. Now, I don't know if you remember one of Dog's videos recently where he was interviewed. He said that there's a manhole in their front yard, that if Sebastian was put in that manhole. Yeah, a lot of mud. Look how it changes right there. See how it goes up? Yeah. And because it's pieces. And he was like, if he was in that manhole, then the water that would drain off could run into the retention pond. Right? So if he was in there, it would bring his scent to that retention pond. And that they searched it with drones, but the mud is what made me think of it. He said there's mud in there, and the drone can't see inside the mud, right? So like, his thoughts being they should get on their, send someone in with a dog or on their hands and knees and go look. Okay, so we cleared that out. And this fence here, I was wondering why this fence was here, but you can see the drop off, so it's to protect people. And on the other side, probably to keep out a off-road vehicle. Whew. Well, if you ever thinking of war, you got put down here, you'd be shot, wouldn't you? It'd be a death pit. But it's clean down here, isn't it? Minus a little bit of a little bit back there. It's very clean. I think it is on the map, historic, and it's just Westmoreland Tunnel, right? I think it's all they call it. The rocks are beautiful, though. It's just an odd-looking place.
All right,
yeah,
well,
there's always...
I don't see it, but I don't want to waste too much time on.
It's right to 231, where the 2727 is. A water bottle. So this it's an underground cover enclosure. Oh, so it's going to go here. Okay, I'm going up and looking at this. Now, this is probably nothing related, but whew, it's a big hole. And this is going to go over top of it. Yeah, that's a big hole. And they've dug out where the pipes are going to run, so the electric's going to be here. Did you see the guy come out to the road?
I don't think that was the right
when we were leaving earlier. Well, I don't see anything, but it goes way back, you know. You're probably not seeing anything on camera too well because it's starting to get very dark. We got this light. There's something over here I just want to check. So the creek running through here.
Yeah, I don't see it. So that's got to be the wrong one, which is fine, right? I don't know.
So we're on the scene. It is Saturday, what day? The 14th, December 14th. And in Hendersonville, Tennessee, we're standing about a mile east of, look at there. She's petting. That's fantastic. We're about a mile east. Car guys are here, 1 and 2. We're a mile east of Sebastian's home. Drake's Creek is right there. Sebastian's home right over there. About a mile over here, you have Long Hollow Pike Church. So this is Long Hollow Pike, and that's New Hope. The X we checked last time, there's one quadrant we didn't check. We're going in there, and then we're going to take up Drake's Creek and work our way back down. But this is fantastic. Silver's 2 tried to pet one time, and it never worked out good. But so here we go. So come along with us. Keep your eyes open.
No, that's not it either. That was the one we just clicked on. And that is... what is that? I don't know. I don't see it. That one?
Of anyone being here. Deer tracks. Oh, he's down. Okay. Yeah. Slow muddy. Well, that was the reverse fall of the last fall.
That's November.
Slip. I think I need a chiropractor. Okay.
November 2024.
That's right. Silver's on the scene, in the water. Drake's Creek. Where's Sebastian? Okay, so. Hey, cave. It's a culvert. It is a drainage pipe. It is huge. Oh my, and if you, I hope that wasn't a spider. I don't care if it's a spider, just don't bite me, please. Boy, if you were trying to hide from somebody and you were getting away, wanting to get away.
It says Mississippi River. I don't know. I don't know. It's really bizarre.
Silver's on the scene. It is Sunday, February 23rd. And there were concrete posts there. Done. Sense. It would make sense that someone said, hey, take your excess concrete down to the creek and dump it. But, ladies and gentlemen, that's not going on up there. And you can go back to my video and watch. So tell me why this concrete is sitting in the woods, okay, right here, sitting in the woods, random. And when I shared it with Tara, or rather I think she noticed it herself, she was saying, look around it. It looks like it's been cleaned out. So it's a very suspicious thing. What I wanted to show you is right here when I said I have a photo to show you. Take a look at this. Okay, so here's Drake's Creek, and this is me just looking around. See how it was just, I mean, this is still a photo from the video, and it's just, you can tell it's moving. This is New Hope Road. So I'm facing from Sebastian's home north, this way. This is north, northeast, northwest. His home is back this way behind me. And look, there it is. And look how, now that I'm noticing this, all these, it's almost like this was exposed. I did not move all this brush. It was just there. Silvers too, we went back and looked at the last video when I searched there back in December. And when I was there at night, I was all over it, but it was so dark, my flashlight wouldn't pick up. But she said something. We never got anything on video like this, so the leaves could have been covering it up. Had the leaves been covering it, I wouldn't have noticed it either. But here's my point I mentioned earlier. Had I been reviewing my video and not actually touched it as you saw in the video I just showed you, I would have gone, what? I didn't even see that. But there it is. And it just got picked up. I try to position the GoPro to where you're seeing kind of my eye level, but also not missing the ground. You know, I have to look down at the ground. When I do that, the GoPro remains stationary. So I try to get it to where it sees, you know, right down here, the ground, as well as this view. Because We don't really need to see as much up. We want to see straight ahead in the ground more than anything. That's what we're looking for. Something suspicious, a piece of evidence, a bone or something on the ground that could bring us to Sebastian. So Sebastian Rogers, let's take a moment and talk about this. I'd urge all creators, when you're doing any type of video about Sebastian, after a few minutes, just take time and say his name, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. That's what we're here for. He's been gone way too long. We're at a year almost in a few days, and we need to find him. So there it is. That, I think, might have been even a better thumbnail than what I did share, which is right here. That's one you're going to click on, but maybe this was a better one. Why is there concrete? Why? Right here. Now, I'll give you theories. This is speculation, not to be taken as fact. Disclaimer on the wall. There's a lot of different theories here, okay? But there's holes as you go through here. There are holes in the ground, okay, that are natural holes. Is there a possibility of Sebastian possibly finding himself in one of these or being placed in one of these? And I think as someone commented, simply take a bag of concrete, pour it over, and you can just let the water, you can just let the rains do its job. Or you take a bucket and pour it and you go from there.
I don't know.
I don't want to sound morbid. I don't want to sound uncaring. I think we know by now, Silvers 2 and I care greatly about Sebastian. All we want is him to be found. Everything else can be done once we find him. But the guides had led me here to a log right on the river. They kept saying river. A lot of times I say it's a creek, it's a creek. And then we see that, hey, at least last weekend, it was definitely a river. But if you go back to here, you'll see how this log.
Well, let's just watch this one.
Sits right on the thing. So this is imagine.
This is from CJ, and he was around in the beginning when they were doing the cemetery stuff and all of that stuff. I'll give you the link here. Hi, Daisy. How are you? Merry Christmas to you, too. Let's see. So just a quick reminder, don't forget, like the police said there's no video that captured Sebastian that left of him leaving the neighborhood. So we know, like, you can't just vanish, right? Hang on one second. I'm trying to get this to load. I was trying to wrap this while we were watching that. Well, that's the whole thing. He's still missing. So while everybody has monetized the mystery of his disappearance, the real question that will never stop lingering until this case is solved is what really happened that night. And I don't understand why anyone wouldn't want the FBI to take the lead. I'll never get that. If anybody can give me information as to why that would make any sense, that would be great, because I'll never understand that. And I know, a lot of people have talked about, letters to Esme when it comes to all of this different stuff, because if you think about all the overlooked efforts, like Billy was searching, according to so many of the early live streams, and that he's done himself too, right, for Sebastian Rogers, pretty much since he went missing. And for some reason, no one seems to cover his search efforts or discuss his involvement in trying to find Sebastian. And it's extremely frustrating how certain voices are amplified, right? And so many others are turned into drama and just totally ignored. Totally ignored. And a lot of people were saying that was done by At Night going around and working and partnering with only certain creators. So I have no idea, because who knows exactly who's controlling that. If there's a bunch of defense attorneys, are they Are they retained by anyone? Are they, I mean, I don't know. It's very interesting speculations that I know a lot of you have had with me in the emails and in the comments. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'll just do a little quick bit of housekeeping though. You can find support links in the description below. Like I said before, I've been informed I'm now a drama creator because I started making content on Sebastian, and sadly, we know what happened with the channels that the parents were going to, especially Chris and Katie, and the drama, their drama. It's all drama. It's a shame. But I still say I'm just a mom who likes to talk about true crime, court cases, and things that other influencers talk about, just whatever we feel interest in, and talking about all things at the kitchen table, and my kitchen table is hanging online with all of you. And you can always support me if you'd like. I do have the Cash App, the Venmo, the memberships now, the Super Chats, all that stuff. If you want to help, and get me back in the algorithm. It's not an easy thing to do, but if you like or watch or share, even if you share it to yourself, it does help the algorithm. And I say share it to yourself, meaning just hit the share and hit the copy button. Even a thumbs down is better than nothing for this. And, it is what it is, but I'm really not affiliated with any of the parents of the missing child that we're talking about tonight. Never had any direct conversations with them. I'm an independent, free speech, open discourse, and not in a contract that requires any NDAs or anything like that. So if you want to help, if you want to help me find my way through this mess, it's very appreciated. Whether it's a view, a watch, any of it, it's very appreciated. I mean, I do think we can, not that we have any, trying to think of how to word this. I do think that talking about Sebastian and going over all of this stuff that's happened and everything online, it cannot hurt. It's almost 2 years in. I do think it helps. I think keeping pressure on for answers is very helpful. And we do have statistics that even back that it is helpful in missing persons cases. But if you have tips or anything like that, you got to call the FBI or the Sumner County Sheriff's Office or 1-800-TBI-FIND, for justice for Sebastian. Don't ever, reach out to me with a tip. You got to go to law enforcement. I can't even believe that we have to say that, but you do. And there are ways to report things anonymously. So if that was ever a concern, there are ways to do that. Just call them.
Hello, Sebastian's Army. It's been a while. Today is December 15th, 2025, almost 2 years from the day Sebastian disappeared. With the recent talk about the cemetery close to Sebastian's neighborhood, I felt compelled to make this video. On September 22nd, 2024, CJ from Evil CJ's Media and Investigations and Trey from Narked Divers spent the day searching the bushy areas between the cemetery and Beach High School. Keep in mind, this was during a time searchers were being threatened and harassed on almost a daily basis. For examples of some other of these threats, see my video called The Threats of Sebastian Rogers Case. I'll add the link in the description. Also in the description is a link to CJ's video, or his live, rather, which I am going to summarize in this video. The purpose of this video is to bring you a Cliff Notes version, or a shortened version of CJ's live, which was over an hour and a half long. To make a long story short, a suspicious man began watching them as they trekked through the woodsy area between the cemetery and Beach High School. Twice they saw the man driving by very slowly around the cemetery, watching them. The third sighting of the man happened when they reached a clearing where they saw him sitting next to some tombstones in the cemetery. I've created this Google map to help you understand the location of everyone involved that day. After the first half of their search, they went back to CJ's car in the cemetery parking lot to find the serpentine belt was completely missing. CJ and Trey cannot say for sure this stranger was responsible. I'll let you make your own decision on that. Keep in mind that responsible parties normally go back to the crime scene to ensure no one has disturbed the scene, allegedly, and in my opinion. This is all alleged and in my opinion. If in fact of their live on September 22nd, 2024.
All right, so.
Huge shout out to everyone who makes these videos in search of Sebastian. I forgot how time consuming and difficult they are to make.
Oh, they
Thank
are.
you for
It takes a
watching.
while.
Credit to Evil, CJ, and Narked Diapers. Here's your Cliff Notes version of their live on September 22nd, 2024.
Yeah, there's definitely no harm in calling the local, FBI field office or sending it to all of them, right? If there was ever an actual tip, right? Hi, Jenny Machete. How are you? Hi, little Miss Sharon. How are you? Merry Christmas.
All right, so that's the area that we searched today and still had to fix the car. Right there. That's what we searched while we had car issues. It's crazy looking at it right now, dude, from the bird's eye going, damn.
Oh, you got it. Yeah, that's exactly where. Yeah, that's it.
All the way over here, dude.
It looks really good.
That's where you check the other side of it.
Yep, underneath the bridge.
Obviously, we didn't need to check that because it's just wide open. So I'm going to show you guys where we were at and where that car was at. Take a screenshot. It's crazy when I'm looking at it from here, man.
The one backside was like 2 miles, and that was just that section. So, give or take, I'd say at least 4 miles worth of back and forth.
We did like the bottom of the T, and then we had to fix the car, and then we did the top of the T, basically. I'm going to show you guys what we were talking about, right? So, we were about, I think we were over here, because it was like the fence, kind of went like in the middle.
They kind of opened up a little bit, I think.
To the right. Well, that's right there. That's when this is the spot where we made it right here. We were walking down here. Because Trey was going to go to the right, I was going to go to the left, and then we were going to kind of zigzag and then meet. And as we were right here, that's when we seen the guy sitting literally right there. He was sitting at the top of this drive right here. So he was here, and we were all the way back here. And that's when we seen him sitting at the top of that hill.
We even looked at each other like, what's this person up to? Proceeded to do our search.
I guess, man, because I sat there and I'm like, I don't see anybody walking around either. He was just kind of sitting there. But, I mean, we probably should have, because we were in the middle of the trees here.
Like, it's one of those things, both of our instincts went off at the same time. We looked at each other, and then we just kind of passed, put our guts in. We should probably just go over there and just check it out for a second.
Yeah, that's where we were parked. So we were parked right here. And you made your way this way. I made my way this way.
Yep.
We met here in the trees. And we kind of like checking both. Because the fence kind of runs like right along here. Like the fence kind of runs like right there. So we were in these, and it's thick, and it's brushy. And when we're in these woods, and then you see this car going real slow, kind of driving by, but really we're just, we're in the woods, and it's like, hey, it's a cemetery, like who's gonna, what I mean? It's like, I drive slow, they're trying to find their loved one or something. It was just really weird. And then turns around and goes this way, because I watched him turn and then come back down. So then by the time we were probably here. And then as we're making our way up here, going through all this brush, especially right here, it was pretty thick, going through all of it, and then we're kind of walking here. And then that's when we see him right there.
Yeah, right in the middle of us.
Yeah. So that's what went down there.
I've searched for people, I don't want to start the whole speculation game, but I've searched for grown adults that where even the police are saying, hey, look, it is foul play. And we don't get any threats from the person that, they're looking at, like, ever. And when they know we're out there searching for them, I don't know, just weird.
Very.
Yeah, well, I think it's something
the
that could be
guy
observed.
nobody said anything.
Yeah, it was more of a sneaky person.
But I'm surprised they don't have video.
Yeah, my serpentine belt magically disappeared. And I showed you guys on the stream too, because I was like, I ain't fucking playing. Like I took the camera. I showed you. Look, the belt's gone.
I took a picture just in case. I was like, I'm taking a picture.
The belt is gone. We're like,
so from the time you had issues and then you didn't go anywhere, really?
we basically no. I mean, because we even pulled in here. We drove down this road. We drove all the way down to here, and then it had like a fenced-in locked gate. So we're like, oh shit. Well, okay, because it was supposed to be an access road. So then we turn around, and then we're driving this way. Everything's fine. We come back down here. We go to here. We park right here. Everything's fine. Nothing's wrong. Then all of a sudden, we go to leave after
maybe
that guy was doing all that weird shit. And then
maybe they did get videos and stuff, and you're just not going to put it online. You know, maybe they gave it to law enforcement or something. I don't know.
All of a sudden, all of a sudden, something's weird with my car. Like something ain't right. It's like my tire's flat or my power steering went out or something. And then so I backed up. I drove up here, backed up, drove forward to get some footage of this area right here with my GoPro side cam. And then as I'm driving here, all of a sudden it's like, geez, something's up with the car. Something don't seem right. And then we get here, and all of a sudden my lights are going ting, 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 ting. And I'm like, oh my gosh, what the hell? And then we just literally pull over and park in a parking spot. And that's when popped the hood. Your belt's gone, bro.
What? I said, pop your hood. We'll check out your power steering pump. I was thinking it might need, your fluid may need taken out, and we could just put some new fluid in it. Like, it'd probably be good for checking for shavings. And we popped it, and I went to look for the power steering reservoir, and I looked, and I'm like, what the heck? Like, the belt's gone.
So, I don't know. It just disappeared. I'm not saying the dude that was up at the top of the hill.
We can't say 190% that was the person or whatever, but we've had some
suspicious.
Just weird, man. That's all I can say this time.
Dude, this whole spot was weird.
That's the thing. It was a white SUV. I know that for sure. We can't say that, they did or didn't.
We're going to check out some serpentine belts. Don't just poof. No, they don't. It was only 3 months old. And it was gone. We looked all over the friggin' car inside.
I thought this next part of CJ's live was interesting because it shows video footage of the cemetery, which is important to those of us who live outside the state of Tennessee and don't have the luxury of visiting the cemetery on our own. CJ shows his GoPro footage as he's entering the cemetery. I've highlighted in yellow on the 2 maps shown here what I believe is his route during this part of his GoPro footage.
Yeah, it was like a wagon, like a hatch wagon.
Yeah, 4 doors.
It was a Subaru, but I can't tell you.
All right, so I'm going to show you. Let me check out the GoPro. Let's see what this is real quick. So this is my side cam. What's up, Peach? There we go. 2017 Prius hatchback. I'm gonna look that up.
Wow.
And
it could have been, man, because it had the weird back end.
Yeah, it did.
I got to look up that. That's the only reason I thought it was a Subaru, because it had that the back engine, just funky.
Subarus are funky. Prius hatchback. No, I don't think so. Let's see. Prius 2017 Prius hatchback. So this is the pond. So I like to get side footage too as I'm driving. That's why I hit mute. When you go to these side views and things like that, just hit mute because I'm not talking during them. But you'll hear the wind, and if you have a wind protector on the GoPro, it just burns the hell up and shuts off after a minute and a half. So it's a waste. So anytime you see these side ones, just hit mute. So these are all the woods that we were searching through.
Notice the upcoming dirt mound.
And from this angle, it looks like a basic tree line, but I assure you, there's thicker bushes. It's thick.
Oh yeah, I mean, you'll see the footage when we're inside, and
you can't see up in there at all from outside.
There's the big opening right there.
It looks huge.
It does, don't it?
Yeah.
And you'll see it get a little thicker. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's so sad.
And like I said, when you put these together and then you look at
we're gonna let me see here. Subaru. We'll look up a Subaru.
The United Cajun
All right,
Navy and the Riley Lively girl and all of that. It's very odd when she made those videos, and I'm going to show that. after we're done with this. And it's just really, really bizarre. And supposedly that's the same time on April 3rd or 4th, I believe, of 2024, that they did the search over there, that law enforcement had done a little search over there.
Just the side cam. Let me see. Let's go. All right, so this is when they're starting. It's just rocky and limestoney and thorn brushes. Let's see, 2006. Yeah, it looked more like a station wagon.
It seemed like it was a pretty big station wagon.
This is the Prius. I don't think it was this.
No.
I don't think it was that.
Like a 2017 or 2018 Subaru, like a Outback or I don't know. There's so many different ones, but I'm familiar with Subarus. The plastic around the bumper or something.
I thought it was plastic, right?
Yeah, that's
right there. He's creeping again behind us to the left. Yeah, he's just chilling in the car. Yeah. Yeah, well, he drove by first. He's creeping again behind us to the left. Yeah, he's just chilling in the car. Yeah. Yeah, well, he drove by first and didn't stop, and then now he's at the very edge. He's basically stopped. He's not getting it out. He's just watching. Yeah, he was the one that drove by real slow like 10 minutes ago. But he kept driving. He didn't stop. He just kept driving down the road. And maybe I set the camera down and we just walked over there and looked up and stared. Because I remember looking at it, trying to see how many gravestones I could see, because I wanted to try and like give myself an idea of what was on the other side based off of what we just came from.
I don't know what's wrong with the
Yeah, he
audio.
drove by and turned and then went back out. So he came through here, came up here, drove by, turned. He was going real slow, came up like this, turned, went like this, and then turned this way and was leaving. But it was during a time when church service was going on, so it didn't make sense. That's why I thought he was driving real slow to try and find his loved one, because it was during service. So when he drove like this, came around real slow, turned this way, came back this way, and then went this way, didn't think nothing of it. But that was when I think I was
a lot closer first time.
I think it was like might have been right here or something. And then the other time was, I guess I had my stuff packed up right here. Oh, and you were up here, and we met up here.
I may not see him the second time.
But the camera was back there.
Oh no, because I had a good vantage point, because I was on higher ground.
Yeah, you were over here. Because you were on this side, I was inside here, and then you were doing this spot, and then I checked this area right here, and then this was just basically, you could see all the way through it, and you got down here, and then we ended up meeting right there, and then that's when we looked back and we could see. I mean, that was it. He was going by slow twice. When we get to that spot, it's like, oh, wait a minute. We'll have to try and figure out what that car was.
I think that's it. I just guess where the back end was pointed or something in the back. I don't know.
Like rounded. Oh, hey, hold on a minute. Look at this blue car. That blue car, man.
That is a possibility.
That resembles a lot more, I think.
The back tail lights.
It was longer.
The way the back end sits up.
Maybe when we were out there.
So they're just talking about the car the whole time. I thought this would be more informative. Sorry. Hold on, let me see. Let me see if there's anything else.
To a log right on the river.
Hello, Sebastian's Army. It's been a
One moment.
Hello, and welcome to my channel. This video will be highlighting some of the main threats that occurred between March 2024 and April 2025 in the Sebastian Rogers case. March 2024, the United Cajun Navy receives death threats. Credit to WKRN News and Vinny Politan with Court TV.
Security concerns, the United Cajun Navy is temporarily calling off their search for Sebastian Rogers. Good evening and welcome to News 2 Now at 10. I'm Bob Mueller.
And I'm Haley Focus. The nonprofit organization joined the search for the teen missing out of Hendersonville last weekend. But as News 2's Sarah Smith reports, the group says the search has now become too dangerous.
The volunteer group United Cajun Navy reportedly getting death threats for their efforts in finding Sebastian Rogers. Sumner County Commissioner Don Schmidt shares his concerns.
I did receive a phone call from Skip Butler a couple of days ago, and he had reached out to me. And as soon as he told me that, that he was getting death threats and they were, fearing for their safety, I said, you need to call law enforcement right away.
It's unclear who the threats are coming from.
I mean, the obvious conclusion, again, if you're trying to stop people from searching for a missing teenager, you're afraid, maybe they may find him. So was there a particular...
And don't forget, when I was over there, they started to make, and by they, I don't know who they are, but videos that I was stalking. And it's like, actually, I live here. And that's absurd. So they definitely pick and choose who is allowed to be near the cemetery in certain areas. And it's weird, whoever is doing that, or for whatever reason that they're doing that.
All this started to happen, and if so, is that a place that you were unable to search?
Our searches were hampered, is the probably polite way to put it. We didn't get to do nearly as much as we wanted to, but it really didn't matter where we were. It seemed that this trouble followed us.
Joining us from the Gulf Shore of Alabama, a press and communications officer for the United Cajun Navy, Kevin LaFond, is with us. And the reason we asked you to be honest is you guys were involved at some point in the search here. Give us a little bit of the backstory, Kevin, on how the United Cajun Navy in Alabama ends up in Tennessee searching for Sebastian.
Well, it all started with Riley Strain. I appreciate having me on today. Riley Strain's search, as you know, ended it the way it did with us discovering where he was as a group, all of the searchers together. We don't claim anything to that, but we were part of it. There's an outcry in social media and to us directly from the parents to get involved with the search here. And that's what we did with the search for Sebastian. We got ourselves organized and we were together. We had everything there anyway. So we said, we're here, so let's do this.
So you said the parents. Is that both the father and the mother and the stepfather? Like all three contacted you?
It's primarily Seth. Seth asked us to come.
Okay, so the biological father. Okay. Now, I also understand that you had to call off your search efforts because of some threats. Can you tell us some of the details there? What's the nature of these threats? Is this people who don't want you on their property because it's private property? Is this people who don't want you to find something? What exactly is that all about?
Well, there was a private property and also state federal land issue at the beginning that we had to get permission for to be on those lands. But we did get permission. We got the okay to do that. So that was never an issue. We had some bad actors that were showing up in person and also harassing online and through phone calls. We were getting all kinds of messages saying that we're going to be doxxed, we're going to be run out of town, we're going to be bullied. And then the death threats came. And that's when we got real serious about having to reformat how we're going about this and think about the safety of the volunteers. It really was to that point. So now we have to shift gears and move into more of a private phase where we're not forward facing.
Let me ask you this: the people who are threatening you, stopping a search for a missing child, did you provide that information to law enforcement? Because I would think if someone's trying to stop you from finding this child, maybe that's someone law enforcement should be looking at.
And I would say that you're drawing a reasonable conclusion there for sure. And yes, the authorities were notified. We have incident reports with the MNPD. They're the ones that came out to the original call when our folks were basically barricaded inside of a hotel room.
Wow. Barricaded inside of a hotel room because you're in town searching for a missing teenager?
Yeah, and that's very strange. It's never happened to us before. And certainly with what you were reporting earlier about there being so much cooperation, this being so difficult really didn't add up.
June 2024. Chris Proudfoot threatens a neighbor and her son's girlfriend. Credit to JLR Investigates.
Never meant to upset anybody. Turn around, Stafford. I'm coming back down, and Chris is now, mind you, I've never met this man. Never seen him before. I wouldn't even know who he is. Matter of fact, I thought he was law enforcement. Stands in the middle of the street and puts his hand out and stops, just like this. So I run in the window, and he comes around, and he stands there just like this. And, what are you doing out here? And I'm like, holy crap. I said, I'm so sorry. So I was like, I'm so sorry. I kept apologizing to him, and he got really upset and, kind of said some things, and I was trying to calm him down, and I apologized. And my son's girlfriend was in the back, and she thought that if she rolled the window down and said, I am such and such, and I go to your son's school, that he would calm down. He stopped mid-sentence to me and said, oh, and got, stopped, looked at her and said, your name? And she said, yes, sir. Like, how do you know? She only gave him her first name, and he said the whole thing. And she was like, how do you know my name? But he told her that, so you're the girl that runs this Facebook group and this, that, and other. I'm going to demand you take that off. You get your phone. And he said, where are your parents? And she said, at my house. And he said, well, I'm going to find out where you live, and I'm going to come knock on their door, and we're going to have a conversation. And she said, okay, good luck with that. And I was like, you know what? Look, we don't want to, cause any issues and whatever.
June 2024. In a leaked phone call, Chris Proudfoot accuses Seth Rogers' private investigator, Chloe, of leaking family secrets and threatens her.
There's no such thing.
He also threatens Seth.
On the internet, the sleuths find everything.
So I don't know what's out there.
I'm telling you, I'm being very polite as I can possibly be to her. If she don't find a fucking way to fix it, I promise her I am not going to be so goddamn pleasant when I see her.
Okay.
And I will bring the fucking cops with me.
All right. Well, I'll talk to her. I mean, are you
takes that? I don't care how she takes it. I really don't give a goddamn what I have to fucking do. But I can promise you, there's a difference in helping find Sebastian and just being a stupid fucking cunt. Bitch don't fucking mean a goddamn thing to me.
Right.
If she was on fire, I wouldn't piss on her to put her out. I promise you, if Bobby told Seth anything of what he's told us, Seth opens his fucking mouth. I promise you, it won't ever open again.
June 2024. While Bullhorn Betty is in Hendersonville hanging flyers, Terry Bowersox follows her and takes pictures of her license plate, which I consider to be a threat. Credit to Bullhorn Betty.
Coming out taking my tag plate. Let's turn around on his tag plate. Terry Bowersox. Terry Bowersox, right there.
Oh my gosh.
Came up and decided to take my plate on
September 2024. CJ and Trey are searching around Beach High School, and someone cuts the serpentine belt on CJ's car. Credit to Evel CJ.
Yeah, my serpentine belt magically disappeared. And then I showed you guys on the stream too, because I was like, I ain't fucking playing. Like, I took the camera. I showed you. Look, the belt's gone.
I took a picture just in case. I was like, I'm taking a picture.
The belt is gone. And as I'm driving here, all of a sudden it's like, geez, something's up with the car. Something don't seem right. And then we get here, and all of a sudden my lights are going ting, 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 ting. And I'm like, oh my gosh, what the hell? And then we just literally pull over and park in a parking spot. That's when pop the hood. Your belt's gone, bro.
What? I said, pop your hood. We'll check out your power steering pump. I was thinking it might need, your fluid may need taken out, and we can just put
heard this, so
new
I'm
fluid
going to
in it.
fast forward to that.
Child.
But
He's a mother and a stepfather, and they don't, and the frustration they must be feeling. This particular.
September 2024. Dog the Bounty Hunter joins the search for Sebastian Rogers, along with his team from At Night Media.
Many people help me nick the hat, my team, and then I have one of the greatest.
Wait, so they didn't join until September 2024? Because I thought it was months before, and then they weren't public. So that changes a lot. That's interesting. Did not know that.
Lawyers in the world for this particular.
I thought that behind the scenes they had already been doing stuff, but I'm not sure now. I guess we have to see.
I mean, this guy is like, it's just incredible. So anywhere you go, you must have a good lawyer in this business. So please, let's pass this on to him. Well, as a more than 3-decade law enforcement official myself in Pennsylvania, a former district attorney and former attorney general, I know
know what the local authorities must be feeling and the frustration they must be feeling. And I know from my own experience that sometimes you need to rely on people like dog experts that are willing to give their time and energy to come and assist law enforcement in doing their job. And, I'm stunned when I learned about the facts of this case that the young boy is left the home of his mother and his stepfather, and they don't seem to be particularly broken up about that. I'm sure that is sticking in the minds of a lot of people and want to know what the answer to that is.
Yeah.
I also was struck by the fact that the people doing the search, Dog, Nick the Hat, and some of the other people are facing death threats. And
why was the stepfather threatening people that were out looking for the boy? Volunteers were out there, and he was threatening them.
Dog is also offering a $100,000 reward to anyone with information.
This is not the first rodeo for me finding a missing child.
But Dog and Seth say they have faced online threats that go beyond opinions.
It's really bad. I mean, they have threatened, Seth's family.
October 2024, Hong from At Night Media begins receiving threats.
And it's been 7 months, and everybody's trying to help is getting death threats, as you can see on the news. I'm not going to go based on the tiki-taki people and like the YouTube people or whatever. Like, I based on the news, okay?
Sometime in September 2024, this man is seen on security footage creeping around Hong's house. The same man seems to be sitting behind Chris Proudfoot at Bullhorn Betty's court hearing in October 2024. January 2025, someone who goes by Chronoland on X brazenly tweeted a death threat towards Hong, stating, "I will shoot you in the face worse than your own government, Hong." At Night addressed the tweet, stating, "The incident is part of a disturbing trend marking the 10th direct death threat received by At Night's partners, affiliates, associates, and volunteers across 4 states. We at Night Private Intelligence remain steadfast. This threat, like the others, is being treated with the utmost seriousness and is currently under investigation by multiple law enforcement agencies." December 2024. Nick the Hat is threatened by Chris Proudfoot's private investigator, Steve Fisher. Credit to Nick the Hat.
But I want to talk about Stephen Fisher, SF Investigates, the guy that is representing parties in this and other matters across the entire country he inserts himself into, right? The guy is blackmailing and extorting us and me. I'm putting that out there. And I call on you, Steve, to sue me for that so you can prove what yourself. It's not going to work. Stephen Fisher is blackmailing and extorting us. He's partnering with former staffers. And it's kind of wild. His tactic involves silencing people. It involves sabotaging and then stabbing. That's kind of how he does it. He stabs the information with misinformation.
April 2025. A Sumner County, Tennessee judge is threatened and therefore recuses himself. Credit to Bullhorn Betty.
So he stopped the proceedings and basically said he was willing to recuse himself and explained to them that apparently this judge, which I have no doubt who's the responsible parties, but how dare, people are really freaking brazen, and whoever did that, I just want to let you know that he talked about it being under criminal investigation. You cannot threaten a freaking judge. Whatever idiot did that is a stupid bonehead. You could go into jail for a really, really long time. You do not threaten judges just like you do not threaten law enforcement or FBI.
April 2025. Chris Proudfoot continues to deny the flashlight video is of any evidentiary value, and he threatens the mob crew who has worked relentlessly to prove it most likely shows Sebastian's abduction.
Their story thing.
Chris, however, believes a video recently discovered by his unscrupulous PI could be important, and he wants to concentrate on it instead, while many believe the new video is nothing. Credit to Deception Detective, an attorney trained in statement analysis.
All right, let's pick up where we left off with them telling the interviewer about a video that recently surfaced which might show Sebastian sneaking away the evening he supposedly went missing.
You were determined to get to the bottom of this, to get to the bottom of that video.
I've seen the video. I know what's in it. It actually gives us more rejuvenated hope that we may actually be onto something. We just have to run it down. We've got to figure this out. And with law enforcement doing what they can, and with the help of TBI, the FBI, all of that. I mean, I believe Secret Service was involved in the beginning. Maybe they can look at this video as well.
It sounds like Chris wants all the help he can get analyzing that video, but his actions say otherwise. As I said in the intro, the Proudfoots say they want help, but when someone actually helps them, it's a different story. The best known example of this, of course, is Dog the Bounty Hunter, who volunteered his services, but has only been met with resistance from the Proudfoots. But when it comes to the video, there actually is someone on YouTube who's been breaking down all the videos related to this case in great detail. and that is YouTuber Mob Crew. And just like Dog the Bounty Hunter and everyone else who's been working for free to try to figure out what happened to Sebastian, Chris isn't very grateful. In fact, here's the thanks Mob Crew got from Chris on a live stream not long ago.
You know what? I even went in and told Mob Crew that when he was sitting there talking all that, there was a whole bunch of shit he was saying. I can't remember what all he said, but I went in there and said, well, if you really want to know that bad, why don't you go in there? Why don't you go ask him? He's got no problem speaking to you.
Well, I got Mob Crew a better one. You want to look at your videos very carefully. You want to get them done correctly. Get off your damn computer and bring your ass down here and come find me. And I'll walk with you on every part of this road and walk with you on every part of your video. I got no problem with it. But when you sit behind the damn keyboard and you do the shit that you're doing, you play with fire, you're liable to get burned. You might want to reconsider some of the things you're doing right now.
When you're trying to
Because
find
he
a child.
potentially may have a bigger issue down the road.
Some thanks, huh? And the way that the Proudfoots ask for help but then refuse it when they actually get it is part of a bigger sign of a hoax.
April 2025. Chris Proudfoot threatens Brittany J., a content creator who supports Seth Rogers and the Green Team, also referred to as the team who wants to bring Sebastian home. Brittany is also the subject of bullying by what we refer to as the hate channels. Credit to Crime Time Buzz.
So you are you talking about Brittany J, right?
Yeah.
That bitch can get fucked if she ran through a field of dicks backwards with her ass cheeks spread wide the fuck open. So you can play that shit for that bitch to you. That's what you really want to fucking know. She ain't had her fucking feelings crushed, but I'll do my minimum to fucking destroy her fucking feelings. Because quite honestly, that bitch needs to close her fucking mouth before she stuff a whole goddamn turkey and choke on the fucking chick leg on the way down. And hell, by doing it, she might actually do something good for her kids and her husband. So fuck that bitch. I'm sick and tired of listening to this fucking bitch run her mouth about me, my wife, my family, anybody else out there. When that bitch she ain't fucking around, she ain't a goddamn perfect person. Fuck her.
No perfect person.
Prove it. Prove it.
That was wild plot. Disgusting. Oh no. So heartbreaking.
Hello, Sebastian's Army. It's been a while. Today,
Isn't it though? It really is. Oh, I wanted to get the
hello, Sebastian's Army. It's been a while.
I still have presents left. I can't even believe this. It's not like there's a lot of gifts, but there is a lot of gifts. When you're trying to wrap them, you realize there's more than you realize because they're awkward. Like some of these kids' toys are awkward. Gotta light the candle and say the prayer for all the families missing their children and all the children missing their families, and so heartbreaking. None of them make sense. So many things that just don't make sense. Hopefully one day we all have the answers and Sebastian's returned home, and or there's justice if there's foul play or whoever's involved. Truly, truly unbelievable. Well, I guess I'll wrap this up for now. And I'm not sure the next time I'll come on and we'll do another part 2 of it. But I got a couple things I want to get done. And I don't want to, have you guys just hanging around while I'm back and forth any longer. But I appreciate you all for tuning in. Like I said, if you want to email me, it's 411ccn@gmail.com. just keep sharing Sebastian's flyer, and hopefully the FBI will take the lead on this case and they can sort all of these things out. They can figure it all out. Because we all know it's not normal and no child deserves to not have justice or to be found. I know a lot of people say there's so many missing person cases and why don't people just move on to other children? That doesn't make any sense. I don't know why people say that. Of course, creators or there's tons of other stories that have to be covered, but that's the last thing that you think anybody's going to say. They're going to be grateful if it's, their loved one or something, that anybody's putting time and effort. It's very odd to want to dictate what other people are volunteering their time to do, unless you have something that you're afraid of, right? So, it's all just common sense. It's all just common sense. So I don't know. I do not know, but I hope you guys have a Merry Christmas, and we'll all talk and hang out at some point soon, and just pray for Sebastian. That's all we can do is pray for him and pray for justice and for everyone, really. Everyone that's going through this, because there's way too many children missing. There's way too many children that are missing. It's heartbreaking. So thank you guys again. I get my little song here to play.
Cracks in the pavement, truth leaks through the crevice. Spines made of jellyfish, bending where the bread is. Told them I'd stand firm. They laughed at the notion, but I'm anchored to the truth. An unshaken ocean, no jewels, no chains, just a tarnished ambition. Got scars from decisions, but I live with conviction. The cost of my silence, a debt I won't carry. Rather starve with my soul than eat with it buried. Stand tall, even if I fall. Even with nothing, I still have it all. No compromise, no hypocrite. I'd rather own my wrongs than counterfeit. Spoke my peace, they offer peace, but it's poison. Told them their riches couldn't buy my voice. And mama's tears on the line, a son's last defense. How your budget worth their only moment of rest. They build kingdoms on the bones of the weary, but the truth rings loud. Even when it's eerie, can't trade my spine for a backdoor deal. Integrity's the currency, that's all I feel.
Oh, let me show you guys really quick for all of you that didn't see this. So if you go, you can just go to it yourself, FBI.gov/wanted/kidnap/Sebastian-Wayne-Drake-Rogers, right? You can go to Google, you can go anywhere, and then you're getting the actual Gov website, right? Because there's a lot of cloning and all kinds of weird smearing, like all kinds of things that can happen on the internet. So you want to make sure you go to the actual website. And if you go to the actual website, you'll see the new flyer, the most updated flyer. And hang on 1 second, let me just show you. It opened in another window, the flyer. Okay, so here's the updated flyer. I can give you the direct link if you want to download it, print it out, save it on your phone. You can text it, you can email it. I always think that texting and emailing is great because, people are more inclined to open it up and to see and to ask you. It's not like people normally text missing people, right? Unless you're a true crime creator or something. So they may pay more attention to it. There's the link. And so basically it says that date of birth used, December 7th, 2008, blonde or brown hair, 5'5". At the time of his disappearance, he was 5'5", but don't forget it was 2 years ago, guys, and hormones can peak. I have a 14-year-old, and he is now 5'10", and he was only 5'4" last year. So, you know, growth spurts can happen really quick. Remember when you would be in school and you go home for the summer, and then you go back to school and all the boys' voices change and they're grown, and it happens, right? Puberty can hit and it can be fast. So he was 15 when he disappeared, and he's going to, you know, he just turned 17. So it says that Rogers has ties to Clarksville, Tennessee. The FBI is offering a reward of up to $50,000 for information leading to the whereabouts of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers was last seen on February 25th, 2024, in the area of Stafford Court in Hendersonville, Tennessee. He was wearing a black sweatshirt, black sweatpants, and black square framed glasses. Sebastian has medical conditions, including autism, that may impair his ability to return safely without assistance. If you have any information, you know, you can call 1-800-TBI-FIND. Sumner County Sheriff at 615-451-3838. You can send an email to tips to tbi@tbi.gov, at tbi.tn.gov, or you can contact your local FBI office. So the reason that people have been speculating that law enforcement may not be telling us the truth, because they don't have to, right? They don't have to tell us facts. They can, you know, mislead, right? So is because the FBI flyer still says in the whereabouts of, as if, you know, they have evidence from cameras that he arrived in the area of his home, that they have some evidence, in my opinion, that he came home and he's on camera after he went to the Texas Roadhouse. Because it says it was he was last seen in the area of Stafford Court. So I know a lot of people thought that meant that they know that he left the house on his own, but it could just, what I believe, because they've said they have nothing on video of him leaving, and there is cameras, right, all over, even if they were interfered, even if some people say smoke bombs were put off or whatever the case would have been. That to me is that means that they saw him on camera, that he was definitely back in that area. And then they just really did not see him leave again. So the last time that they saw him, you know, maybe they have video surveillance of him in the car, right? That's just what I think. And the only other person that has a $50,000 reward, most of them are $5,000 or $15,000, is Tabitha Tudors, and that's over 2 decades old. Her case in Tennessee, where she just disappeared. And it says the featured news items are searching for Sebastian Rogers, September 4th, 2025. And then on September 23rd, 2025, they added searching for Stephanie Dameron. For some reason, underneath this is Sebastian's information and everything like that. But for some reason, under this one, the featured news items on here also include Stephanie Dameron. And she went missing from Maine. And so it's just interesting. Oh, that's great, Anne. I'm happy to hear that. Well, I'm praying for you, and I know the holidays are not easy without your son. All right, everyone. Well, much love. God bless. Have a very Merry Christmas. And I'll be back on soon. I don't know if it'll be today or tomorrow.
Cracks in the pavement, truth leaks through the crevice. Spines made of jellyfish, bending where the bread is. Told them I'd stand firm. They laughed at the notion, but I'm anchored to the truth. An unshaken ocean, no jewels, no chains, just a tarnished ambition. Got scars from decisions, but I live with conviction. The cost of my silence, a debt I won't carry. Rather starve with my soul than eat with it buried. Stand tall, even if I fall. Even with nothing, I still have it all. No compromise, no hypocrite. I'd rather own my wrongs than counterfeit. Spoke my peace, they offer peace, but it's poison. Told them their riches couldn't buy my voice. And mama's tears on the line, a son's last defense. How your budget worth their only moment of rest. They build kingdoms on the bones of the weary, but the truth rings loud, even when it's eerie. Can't trade my spine for a backdoor deal. Integrity's the currency, that's all I feel. Call me broke, call me stubborn, call me lost, but I'm free from the chains at the highest cost. No applause for the path where the soul erodes. I walk alone down this righteous road. Call me broke, call me stubborn, call me lost, but I'm free from the chains at the highest cost. No applause for the path where the soul erodes. I walk alone down this righteous road. Stand tall, even if I fall. Even with nothing, I still have it all. No compromise, no hypocrite. I'd rather own my wrongs than counterfeit. Stand tall, even if I fall. Even with nothing, I still have it all. No compromise, no hypocrite. I'd rather own my wrongs than counterfeit. Call me broke, call me stubborn, call me lost, but I'm free from the chains of the highest cost. No applause for the path where the soul erodes. I walk alone down this righteous road. We pack lunches like a mobster packs heat. Sticky fingers, but the cookies stay sweet. Diapers in the trunk like a getaway plan. Juice box in one hand, justice in the other hand. We're the mafia, don't mess around. Sippy cups and justice, we run this town. Crime solving carpool, we're on the go. Mama's got a minivan, but don't you know? Laundry Every bedtime story's got a mystery beat. The PTA can't handle this heat. We're serving snacks and serving receipts. We're the mafia, don't mess around. Sippy cups and justice, we run this town. Crime solving carpool, we're on the go. Mama's got a minivan, but don't you know? Baby wipes, alibis, we clean up fast. No mystery too big, no stone left uncast. We're the bedtime enforcers, nap time protectors, undercover moms, the true crime collectors. Baby wipes, alibis, we clean up fast. No mystery too big, no stone left uncast. We're the bedtime enforcers, nap time protectors, undercover moms, the true crime collectors.